front loaded, where there's only around 20 guys that the Patriots have graded out, obviously, the way how they do their thing. Around 20 guys with top grades, right, that you would want, and everyone from 21 to maybe 50-ish is very similar, right? So, like, if there's someone that you like in that top 20 guys or whatever it may be, right, however you have it stacked out, do you want to go get him? And to me, that'll be an interesting story. And then I guess another thing, too, is I just saw it happen today, which it seems like this is going to be a Jerry Jones type thing. What's his name? The receiver signs his tender today.
Pickens.
Pickens signs the franchise tag today. Do they tag and trade him on the same day and acquire more picks to go do more damage in the first round with the two that they already have? That, to me, is another very interesting storyline, because it just so happens that he signs that tender today, which is crazy to me. But you never know what's going to happen. And then Jay Glazer has obviously reported that there's something juicy getting built in the first round. Something's going to happen here in the first round, and that, to me, almost seems like the lead up to a Cowboy-ish move.
What did we make of that report? It was very vague. Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
You're the journalism professor, Jay. If I told you, hey, my report, John, my report, professor, is that something unexpected is going to happen tonight, according to my sources, your response is what?
Yeah, I think it's horrible. It's when Trey Wingo a few years ago. I'm hearing Aaron Rodgers to the Jets is a done deal. Well, okay, we all heard that. Like, what do you mean? So when it doesn't happen, we're like, well, that's just what I was hearing. And when it does happen, we're like, look, I was right on it. Yeah, I hate that. Like, I'm okay with some of the anonymous source stuff. I think you can do that. I get everybody. That's their fallback when they really want to go ahead and poke holes in them. Like, oh, it's an anonymous source. Yeah, that's fine. There were anonymous sources in Watergate too. They were right. So, that's a useful thing. That does happen when things go down. But that is just because what would be unusual if nothing went down. So then it's like, that was the big surprise. There were no trades in the first round. So there you go. I'm off the hook, right? So it's just like, that is a. I don't want to go clickbait or whatever, but that is just a little chum in the water. Because chances are there is something, and then you can go, well, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I think that's easy. Just, I'll just cast the line, and as we reel it in, maybe something will bite. And then that's what I meant to say. And so we'll see if it's a marlin or a yellowfin tuna or a perch. But it's, I think that's kind of shoddy. But that's what the insiders right now, that's kind of their thing. This is all kinds of their day. And they get on a day like today, they get to be the weatherman. If you're right 30% of the time, great, but nobody's really going to get after you if, in fact, that, a storm blew in on a perfectly sunny day. So it's, you take it for what it's worth.
I'm with you on that. He's Bryan Bulaga. He is John Anderson with you live. ESPN Wisconsin, 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 100.5 ESPN Madison, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam. And you can watch us, chat with us, hang with us live on YouTube at ESPN Milwaukee, at ESPN Madison. We are with you all night long. Professor, I hope you took a nap, because Bryan is going to leave us at some point to go coach flag football. Martin Tauscher will join us later in the evening. Jason Wilde will join us throughout the evening. It is the ESPN Wisconsin Draft Party Extravaganza, I believe is what I've called it in past years. We'll call it something like that. About 40 minutes away from the first selection, when the Raiders will inevitably select Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, who is not there. That was news to me. Shows you how much attention I've been paying since the Bucs hired a head coach in the last 3 hours. We will have plenty more for you, including coming up next. Should they, being the Packers, trade up into the first round? Can they trade up into the first round? First pick is slated for pick 52 tomorrow in round number 2. We will discuss that coming up next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night right here across ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. May is Skilled Trades Month, a time to celebrate the hands-on careers that keep our industries and our communities moving forward. At Junior Achievement, students are discovering that today's skilled trades include technology, robotics, and smart manufacturing. With support from Rockwell Automation, students are exploring how advanced manufacturing and automation will power the factories of the future. Thank you, Rockwell, for helping inspire the next generation of technicians, engineers, and innovators. Learn more at ja.org.
Sports are changing. Faster, stronger, smarter. So should your beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, crisp and refreshing, no extra baggage, built for people who go hard. Still drinking the same old light beer? You're stuck. Flight is changing the game. Level up. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. Wisconsin, are you keeping up? DJ Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
If you are a junior or senior, a graduating senior, or a parent of a high school basketball player with a goal of playing college basketball, visit the DME Academy Wisconsin program on the beautiful campus of St. John's in Delafield. Training starts in August with top flight coaches, facilities, and academics. You will play against the top players and teams and in front of college coaches across America. Ignite your dream of playing college basketball. Google DME at St. John's Northwestern Academy on the campus of St. John's in Delafield.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. 414-240-2298.
Look, it's Jake from our store in Kenosha.
Hi, Monica. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Rick.
Your email said you had a big surprise.
Look and tell me what you see.
Wow, I see 9 perfect examples of the classic diamond solitaire engagement ring.
They're gorgeous.
These rings are exactly what people imagine when they hear the words engagement ring.
Monica, do you think it will always be like that?
Evermore.
That long?
And each of these is 3/4 of a carat.
$998.
Unbelievable. So how much do we sell them for?
That is how much we sell them for.
Can we do that?
We're the largest employee-owned jewelry company in America, Rick. We can do anything we want.
But for how long?
Evermore.
People can choose any of the 9 most popular style solitaires, 3/4 of a carat, and each of them was created in the heart of a miniature star.
5 different diamond shapes, 2 colors of gold. Evermore, just $998.
Or $1498 with 1 carat diamond center with diamonds on the side.
Learn more at KesslersDiamonds.com.
An uninspired cookie-cutter trade show booth is unlikely to move the needle.
Picture this. Lights, motion, energy, engagement. A space so bold it stops people mid-step.
That's what the award-winning team at Captivate Exhibits has been delivering for over 30 years.
From high-impact trade show exhibits to immersive lobbies, history walls, and culture-driven interiors, Captivate transforms ordinary square footage into unforgettable brand experiences.
Get started today at CaptivateExhibits.com.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
We are going to grind out at bats. You have to throw quality pitches in order to get us out. And then once we get on the base paths, you have to worry about us. It's a different brand of baseball.
On 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on about 40 minutes from the first round beginning. Alex Strouf, Super Bowl champion, Bryan Bulaga, Mr. 7.5 ESPN Wipeouts, John Anderson. Good to have him back in the fold here as we are in the midst of the offseason. We'll get to if or should or can the Packers trade into the first round. If these guys want to see it, think they can see it with only 32 picks tonight, and then the Packers have to wait 19 more tomorrow for their first selection, pick number 52 in the second round. But I just haven't talked to John Anderson in so long, and it's been 4 months since the Packers season ended, or 3 months since the Packers season ended. How are you feeling about the Packers? Are you finally able to talk about the playoff loss to the Bears, or are we kind of still at no talk territory?
On that yet. I have not been able to seek help. That's how far. Like I'm still, I don't know what the stages of griefs are, but I don't even know that I'm out of 4, whatever anger is. So
I think it's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance are the 5 in order.
Yeah, well, acceptance may never come.
I understand.
And the anger is still there. And then that we are operating in status quo as if everything went fine and everybody got not just a pat on the back. They got a long extension. Apparently everything is perfect. Everything's good. Let's just keep going at it. We're on the right track. And I think that at best they are in the last year for sure. They have trended steady at best and slightly downward at worst. But we still have everybody in place and good for them. And when they win the Super Bowl this year, I will gladly tell everybody how wrong I was, that there needed to be changes to be made because they knew all along what was happening. And that's why they have their jobs in professional football. And I have mine watching professional football.
Yes, that is indeed.
If you're wondering if I have even thought a little bit, the question is no.
That makes sense. That seems like you. Now you mentioned it. Obviously, extensions for the big 3 this offseason. Head coach Matt LaFleur, general manager Brian Gutekunst, and vice president of football operations Russ Ball. All 3 of those guys get extensions. I don't think anybody's batting an eye at the Russ Ball piece of this. He's very good at his job from everything we know. But Goody gets an extension after the Micah Parsons trade. Matt LaFleur gets an extension after losing the final 5 games of the season, including the wild card meltdown to Chicago. Which of those are you happiest with? Which of those are you most upset with, John?
Kind of, I think, the order you gave them, right? Russ Ball, and not just because he's a Missouri guy, and if I want to, I can go buy a Chevrolet from his brother just down the road. Although, it's good to know. Good in. The Goody, I mean, he clearly has put together a roster that was good enough to keep making the playoffs. And so I go to the last piece of that, which I think is the coaching. And maybe there was enough here to jar him into something. But he has shown that he can take the Packers to the 7th seed and win one playoff game there. Recently, he has shown he can take the Packers with a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers to the championship game and lose that. Like, when was the last playoff exit we had that was not painful? And I guess
I don't think I have an answer for that.
Who's done this? Losing in the playoffs is always painful.
Correct.
Yeah.
I get the finality of that. But we have gone out in just these flaming, gut-wrenching ways in some of these. So that's the word. Like, I don't know. Hell, go out meekly. Get beat 62-3 and realize that every one of these, they've decided they have got to just, batter and bruise me and take an organ with them on the way out the door. And so to be that close, but to continually then get in that position and then not succeed, I don't know. I think that's, my dad for 100 years, always, the beginning, the difference in winning and losing the NFL is almost always coaching. And I will almost always believe that. It's going to take a hard time to get me out of that. And I think right now, and maybe the guy improves, whatever it is, I think that's the most questionable link in what's happening.
I defer to the guy who played over a decade in the NFL. Bryan Bulaga, your thoughts on that sentence?
I mean, listen, I think everyone has their hand in it. Losing, or as John says, having fans get a kidney removed on the way out after a playoff game. Like,
John Anderson, never dramatic, Brian. He's never dramatic.
Yeah, I think
name one that wasn't before you jump in there. Name one that wasn't.
It's probably been since the 16 NFC Championship game when they got boat raced by Atlanta. I think that's the last one where I went, yeah, that one makes sense. That was the run-the-table season.
Name one LaFleur playoff loss that was just like, all right, I guess.
See, now you didn't say that. You said the last one. You didn't say the LaFleur one. I think every single one under.
I was talking. You were asking about which of those three fellas, so
Sure.
I thought we were talking about that in general.
That's fair point. Fair point by you, Professor.
The two playoff losses in the championship game were awful.
Yep, San Francisco was. The Dallas one was.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, Brian. I cut you off because Strouf was being a dope.
Won't be the first time.
I was at the San Francisco one. I took part in that, and the thing about that game was we went into halftime, and I actually felt good going into halftime of that game. Like I was like, oh, okay, like they were winning, but we felt good about the game. Like I felt good about the game. I was like, we could put up points, and then I think they ran for like 150 yards in the second half, and they just took the ball away and never gave it back. Essentially, that's what happened in that game, if I recall. Once you start losing NFC Championship games, they kind of start to blur in your mind. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. But I'm so mixed on the coaching and then the player aspect of things, because I put a bunch of responsibility on players. I just do, because I always felt as a player in these playoff games and in these situations, like we could put together any game plan that is great or it's not great, whatever you may call it, but it's on us to go out there and oppose our will on the other team and win a playoff game. Like they're hard to win. Mm-hmm. I understand that, but like I always look at the players a little bit more than coaches in those situations. And I think we look at like this last year's iteration of the Packers, and I understand the lead that they had, right? Like, and going into halftime, I mean, I'm not excusing anyone from that. Like that was a complete, like, I don't want to, it had nothing to do with me being a part of something like that in Seattle. The Seattle one was an absolute, I can't say it on air. But like we look at that Packers team last year, and they didn't have the leadership needed to get that over the line on the field, right? Like they got up early and everyone was feeling really good about themselves, but they forgot that there's two halves to a game. And when you don't have certain guys on the field to settle everyone down, to get everyone to lock in from half to half, because the playoff games, as I've said a million times, like they swing so consistently, the momentum and the juice, especially if you're on the road. You have a bad series and the home team comes out and they have a good series. Like things change so fast. And when you don't have a group of leaders out there that can settle everything down and get the team moving back in the right direction, that to me is like you're missing Kraft. You're missing Micah, you're missing Zach Tom. You're missing like Edgerrin Cooper goes out after playing a phenomenal first half of that football game, who's probably one of the emotional leaders, I would imagine, on that defense. When Micah leaves, he probably has a lot of juice to that defense. He leaves that game. So like you're looking at this and you're going, all right, like that looks like more of a player issue, because like what I always say, like from a Matt LaFleur offense and how he called that game, you look at the first half, went really, really well. Like it went really, really well. So like he's not going to go into halftime and flip the script, and neither were they going to do the same thing on defense. Defense went really well, so like you're not going to go into halftime and go, okay, we need to change this 360 or 180 because they're going to change. Like no, you stick to your plan, and then it's up to the players to adjust on the field to what they're getting from that, from the opposition. And then you make adjustments from there. But when the players aren't able to make that on the fly, and I speak for offensive linemen, the offensive line was not able to make the adjustments to what the Bears were giving them. That is a player issue, right? Like the coaches can't hold their hand on the field in the line of duty and tell them, hey guys, you should have checked to this, or hey, you should have made this adjustment.
What's his job though if he's not doing that? What's his job?
Okay,
you're
so
right.
they
Like
do it
if at halftime everything's going great, right? Like how are you not in there and warning guys? This is what you got to do. You are in a precarious position. Like how where's the old cliche? Play like it's nothing, and all. Like I guess like what's his job then? If it's just okay, I'll do it. Like I appreciate your accountability, but I just think at some point this guy has got to take the guys aside, do whatever it is, and I think that's the vacuum of the leadership that was there. And yep, we missed guys. All those players that you talked about, with the exception of Cooper, were all gone when they led by 1 million. They managed to get around all that stuff. So I don't know. That's where I kind of I appreciate exactly like it. I don't know that as many guys, Brian, as you would say. Listen, it's up to the players to do that. I just think part of that job in coaching is to prevent that and to when things go south, really start help turning that thing around.
I get it. And the thing is, like, if I had to bet, I mean, I bet a lot that, and this is from an offensive line standpoint, because you said, what's he supposed to do? I would imagine they were going over those failures from series to series that we watched in that second half to start. They were going over those pressures and what they were failing at. They probably went over it 1 million times, and they and they talked about it, and they said you should, like, and they're going over that. But like again, it's why I continue to say, like, it has to be on the guys to recognize that and to do it. Like it always has to be that. Like Matt LaFleur calls it a play, whether the play's bad, whether the play's good. All right, whatever. You can get in and out of plays. You can get in and out of things on the field. That's why you have guys that are experienced, that have the knowledge, you have the confidence in to get you in and out of things when a play comes in. And like that again, I played on a team with a Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it. And I played with a offensive lineman, some of the best offensive linemen that I've ever been around, that probably the NFL from our era when we were playing probably has seen, with the Sittons and the Langs and the Bakhtiaris and the Linsleys. Like, guys were so smart, intelligent, and could do all the things that, like, they could direct traffic and help Aaron out when Aaron's worried about other things. And, like, that's rare to have. But, like, that's a player-driven thing, right? Like, we would come off the sideline and tell Campy and McCarthy what we did to make adjustments instead of them telling us, like, hey, you guys need to do this on the field. We'd come off and say, we did this. And they'd go, okay, good. Yeah, that worked. That was good. So, like, that's kind of where I'm getting at, is in those moments where it all looks bad, you need to have guys that are able to clean it up and make it look right. And nothing's going to be perfect. And sure, could LaFleur have done X, Y, and Z? Yeah, I bet you if you were to ask him, there's probably a list of things that he probably would say, should have done that. I should have done that. But I would imagine that list that the players have is probably double of what they should have done or could have done. Because that's, at the end of the day, like, that's always what it comes down to, is like one-on-one matchups, adjustments on the field. Like, as the snap clock is winding down to 0, what adjustments are you making to put your guys in the best situation to make this thing work? And, like, you can go over that on the sideline. You can, but there's times where sometimes the noise, I don't mean like the crowd noise, but just all the situation around you, it's a little overwhelming. And you just can't get it together to kind of, like, what's something you want to say, but you just can't spit it out. And that's kind of what I saw in that Chicago game, which is painful as hell. I get it. Like, I've been there. I've experienced that pain firsthand. Like, I've done it. It sucks, but to me, that's where I kind of side on the coaching aspect of it, if that makes sense. I know I'm kind of answering the question, but that's kind of the way I
Brian, you talk about pain, and I'm just looking at John Anderson, and it's been over 3 months, and I think he still is in as much pain as he was the night the meltdown occurred.
Yeah.
Well, slightly less, but I am not
slightly.
I am not any closer to forgiveness, which apparently ultimately I'm supposed to. I go to church. You're supposed to do that to people.
Yeah,
but
that is what they say.
Well, I literally just the pastor or the minister at our church back in Connecticut who's a big baseball fan and a Tigers fan. So I texted him today that just said, I preferred the 12-1 win over what happened today. And he politely said, well, actually it was 12-4 and Scooble did this. And I said, as a baseball fan, that's a fine text. As a man of the cloth, you are not doing a very good job. And so I'm right in there, I'm not the guy. Yeah, they're a long way from forgiveness for me.
Yeah.
The question, honestly, Alec, the only time you need to ask me this question again or something like that is January, because I don't know that anything is going to change it between now and then.
I love you, buddy, and I respect you. I'm just not going to listen to you. And I think through the years, you've maybe learned that working with me. All right, we will get to the question I teased before. Should/will/can the Packers trade up into the first round? Can one of these guys give me, as a Packers fan who's anxious and wants to see a pick tonight, give me some hope? We will find out next. That's coming up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
ESPN Radio Sports Beat with Freddie Coleman.
It's one thing to go back-to-back in the Masters like Rory McIlroy was able to do. Think about this. Barely a year ago, people wondered if he was ever going to break through and win a Masters. Now maybe the floodgates have opened, involving not just the Masters, but also maybe even more majors for a guy that has won 6 championships and has a career Grand Slam involving the Masters, involving the majors. Well, here's something else that Rory needs, a rival, as in Scottie Scheffler. Those two need to be rivals. We need the PGA Tour to have the equivalent of what we've seen on the tennis tour with Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz for the men's side, or what we're seeing on the women's side from Coco Gauff and Arina Sabalenka. We haven't had a back and forth, him versus us and choose sides, involving Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer. The last time we saw that. We could have that now, Rory McIlroy breaking through, and Scottie Scheffler, for all accounts, is still the best player in the world. Both of these guys need it, but more importantly, the sport of golf can use it too. In 60 seconds, questions for the Spurs and the Pistons.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Both of these two teams had fantastic regular seasons, but now it gets real for the Detroit Pistons, the best record in the East, and the San Antonio Spurs, the second best record in the West. The Pistons believe that everybody has to go through them. Although, full disclosure, I still think the team to be in the East are the Boston Celtics because they have the championship pedigree, and I think they have more of a fear factor involving them than the Detroit Pistons, the New York Knicks, and the Cleveland Cavaliers among that top 4. But on the Western Conference side, the Oklahoma City Thunder don't have to answer any more questions. Neither do the Denver Nuggets, but that San Antonio Spurs team, Victor Wembanyama, their superstars, let it be known to anybody who is somebody that they're not just ready to compete, they are ready to win. But it's the first time this conglomeration, San Antonio Spurs, are going through the playoffs. I can't wait to see exactly what answer they have to questions about them. For the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, I'm Freddie Coleman of ESPN Radio's Freddie and Harry.
Biz Expo is May 21st at Brookfield Conference Center. Attend strategy seminars on topics including business growth, preparing for cyber risks, AI for marketers, and much more. Stay for the lunch and learn on leadership and the cocktails and conversations panel. No suits, no scripts, no slides, just candid insights from leaders who make high-stakes decisions every day. Research the area's top product and service providers. Learn, network, and connect at BizExpo on May 21st. Go to biztimes.com/bizexpo.
Turn those hoop dreams into reality with Precision Sports, your one-stop shop in southeastern Wisconsin for Mega Slam, Ironclad, and Dominator basketball hoop systems. Installation of new or old hoops and completely customizable painted court lines. PrecisionSportsOnline.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even It's cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNWisconsinContests.com.
That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com. Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video. Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. Alex Strouf, Super Bowl champ Bryan Bulaga, John Anderson with you across ESPN Wisconsin. All right, no pick for the Packers in the first round tonight, at least as of now. They obviously traded this year and next year's first-round pick for Micah Parsons. I'd say that's looking like a pretty good deal for Green Bay. It's a good, big win in the first round for the next 2 years for Brian Gutekunst and company. But could it happen? Could Brian Gutekunst get back in the mix? And should he get back in the mix tonight if he sees somebody he really likes and wants to draft tonight? Brian, I will start with you. Do you see the Packers in any scenario trading into the first round, the top 32 picks tonight?
I hate to break your spirits, but I just don't. I don't see it happening. I can't see a pathway where that takes place. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is a weaker first round, right? It's not as deep as normally you would see. And I always compare my draft to it. Like Des Bryant was picked a pick after me, and it was just like that draft class was loaded, and Trent Williams is still playing, and the Pouncey and Eric Berry, it was an absolutely stacked draft. Sue was in that draft. Gerald McCoy was in that draft. You had talent up and down the first round. Gronkowski was taken in the second round. That's the type of draft that was. This isn't going to be the case tonight. So we already know what it costs to jump into the first round. It's a lot, right? And teams are pretty aware right now that this is a weaker first round. It's probably a really strong second, third round, fourth round draft, but it's not as strong in the first. So teams are going to require an arm and a leg to get in there, and they're going to be happy to acquire your third and fourth round picks. And to me, that's not going to be worth it for Goody, unless there's just somebody that fell out of that top 20 players or top whatever you have your board at, fell out of that, and they're sitting there at 28, 29, and you think you can give away, I don't know if you want to give away too much, but not give away as much as you think to jump in there and get them. I don't think it makes sense this year.
John?
There would be two reasons to try and make some move. There's either a play you really, really want, a player, or you have some such glaring need on your team to fill that you're going to move. Right? Those are the two motivations. There's a guy that I absolutely have to have, or there is a spot we absolutely need to fill. I don't think that the Packers in this spot fill either of those scenarios. And directly to Brian's point, if this is only a 20-guy draft, let's be generous, 22 or 23, there's 10 picks in that first round that people are going to reach just because they have the pick and they've got to do it. There'll probably be more. I don't think it'll cost as much at all to move up as it has in the past if you really want to, because I think there are teams that are like, why am I going to take some guy at 28 when I can trade down and maybe get an extra pick and get that same guy at 40? So I don't think that the cost of admission up there is going to be as much, but I don't think there are the guys there. And so why are we going to go and splash? I get that we would like Alex to be happy to have a pick tonight. It makes his life easier, gives him something to talk about tomorrow, a lot of things. But I just think that there's not a player worth, by the time they get up there, they have to go way up, right? You got to go from 52 to 15. You got to go to 15. I don't think that's what's the draft buzzword? I don't think there's value in that to go through. So I'd sit where I am. You want to jog around something? I don't know. If you want to go from 52 to 40 because there's somebody, but I don't know that there's anything that could bring the Packers into giving us a lot to talk about tonight.
For the record, I fully agree with both of you. I just don't see why they would do that. I don't see how they could do that, given that they don't even have a first-round pick next year, right? I mean, if you're going to trade up because you don't have a first-round pick this year, fine, but then you have to usually get rid of next year's first-round pick. Well, bad news. The Packers don't have one of those either, given what they gave up for Micah Parsons. But again, all worth it all the time, even though they were without him for most of the month of December.
So he comes back. Right now, he's got he's gotten rid of his scooter, but it was, it's good so far.
Hey, John, I mean, we've got a guy on the panel right now who can tell you how routine ACL surgeries are now. Brian, you're not worried about Micah Parsons getting back to form, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not worried about him getting back to form at all, and I think it's all based on him being smart on his return, right? Not like right now. No, I'm not talking about his day-to-day rehab right now and the process right now. It's when he is pushing to get back on the field. He needs to be smart about that and make sure that thing is ready. And he'll feel ready at probably 7.5 months. He'll feel ready and he'll want to go back out there. But it's not time. Like, it just, you know what I mean? You have to give this thing the proper time to heal properly, to get the strength and everything, and then obviously get on the practice field, take those reps, get those movements down again. He's so twitchy and explosive that you need to do those. He needs to go through those motions again for some time to reacclimate his body, reacclimate that knee, that quad, that glute, the hamstring, everything that fires as he is, rushing the passer and doing all his things. He needs to reacclimate his body to that. And you just can't say, all right, this is the week I'm coming off the PUP and we're playing. Mm-hmm. Like, he has to be smart with his reacclimation period. And I know the trainers will do that, but they're going to listen to a guy like Micah. If Micah says he's ready, they're going to rely on the player. So it's just a matter of him being smart of when he tells these guys, I'm ready. And to me, how that knee heals, it'll be fine. It's just his process of getting to that end goal, and that's getting back on the field.
No doubt. John
I'll
Anderson.
be curious to see what that is, right? Because I thought I was like, don't play Christian Watson. He's coming back too fast. I know you feel great, but don't do it. Don't do it. And he came back, and I'm like, boy, airballed that. He was ready to go.
Certainly looks like that number one receiver that's been elusive since Devontae Adams departed town. Certainly looks the part.
What was his time? What was his 9 months?
Yeah,
he was quick.
He tore it at the end of December, maybe very early January. It was towards the end of the season in the 2024 season. Then he was back in October. So 9 months, 9.5 months tops.
Yeah. I mean, but they eased him back in too. He didn't play 70% of the snaps his first game or his second game. He was eased back in, and that'll be the case for Micah as well. I mean, he can't just go out there and workload himself to death like he did before he tore his ACL. That won't be the case.
And there's a difference in workload, right? And that wide receiver, you engage some, but you're on routes. You're playing Parsons' position. You're playing yours.
Yeah.
That thing better be strength and ready because you're taking a pounding on every single snap. That thing gets stressed. And so I don't think you have to even be a little more cautious there because you're going to go in, and that's just by nature. Those positions are so much more physical than playing on the outside.
Yeah, and like I said, he's so twitchy, and his lateral movement is so explosive, and how he cuts when he's on the edge, pass rushing tackles, and how he's able to just kind of move his body laterally without moving anywhere. That's all in the legs, and how he's able to move and then just push off either leg so explosively and jump inside or jump outside. Those are all things that you need to be 100% confident and not even think about when you're going back out there. Like, that shouldn't even, like, you want it to be that it's not even a thought in your mind about your knee as you're doing those things, right? And that was always the case for me. It wasn't as much taking on a bull rush or anything like that. It was the thought of, if someone rolls into the back of me, Am I going to be all right? Like, that was always the thought process. It wasn't, oh, am I going to be okay when I push back inside and power off my right knee and have to go block a guy inside or whatever it may be. It's the unexpected shot that I may not see. Am I thinking about that? Because if I'm thinking about that, I'm playing a touch slower, or I'm releasing a block a half second early, which could be a tackle for a 5-yard gain, or it could end up, if I stayed on that block, it could be a 30-yard gain. It's just small things like that mentally you have to get yourself through coming back from an injury like that. And it'll be the same thing for Kraft as well. It'll be the same exact thing when he goes back to do a seal block. Same way he got hurt, is he going to even think about that? Because that's a huge part of the offense, is the tight ends going back to seal off the edge. Is that even something he thinks about? And those are all, or he's going over the middle and he catches a ball over the middle, and we all know no one's tackling him high, just like they don't tackle Christian Watson high. They tackle those bigger guys low. Like, is that even a thought in your mind about your knee? And the second it's not anymore is when you know you're ready, 100%.
Which position group do we want to see the Packers address most over the course of this NFL draft weekend? We dive into that coming up next. John Anderson, Bryan Bulaga, Alex Strouf with you. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night across ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. With Wilde and Tausch, you won't miss a play.
Yeah, coaching matters a lot, and we've fallen short. Those are the facts. Matt LaFleur's on the clock, man. And I know he got an extension, but I'll say this. If they revert and don't get better, you're evaluated on your results.
Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Everybody knows, it's championship or bust. That is what Green Bay is. And unfortunately, we've had 15 years of bust.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube channel, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
At Saturn Lounge, we know. If your marketing actually worked, you would know. Your website would perform. Your storytelling would inspire. Your campaigns would deliver leads that become sales. You wouldn't need a report to tell you. Visit SaturnLounge.com today. When marketing works, it shows.
Wisconsin weather doesn't ease you into spring, it keeps you guessing. One day it's sunshine, the next it's wind, rain, or even snow. That's why your windows and doors have to handle everything in every season. At Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, we design with that in mind. Built for durability, efficiency, and year-round comfort. And right now, we're making that comfort easier to afford. Order today and get 0% interest until 2030. Not just for a short time, no interest all the way until 2030. So you can upgrade your home now and pay over time without even paying a dime in interest. From your free in-home consultation to expert installation, Pella's local team is with you every step, helping you find the right fit for your home, your style, and your budget. Plus, with our 10-year limited warranty, you'll have peace of mind long after installation day. No interest until 2030, but only if you order by April 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 4/30/2026.
When Milwaukee families need help, the United Way is there, reducing barriers to employment, providing transportation, safe and stable homes, and more for over 192,000 people.
And this month, CUNIS is proud to stand beside them. Hi, I'm Bill Eater with CUNIS of Milwaukee.
And I am Tony Avery with the United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County. During the CUNIS Drives Milwaukee 1000 event, they're donating $100 to the United Way for every vehicle sold.
Our goal this month is simple: 1,000 vehicles across 3 CUNIS Milwaukee dealerships.
For a $100,000 donation to the United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County.
To help us reach our goal, you'll find incredible deals on all new and pre-owned vehicles at our 3 locations in Greenfield, Oak Creek, and Hope Chevrolet on West Metro Auto Mall.
Be a part of driving Milwaukee forward at the CUNIS Drives Milwaukee 1000 event.
Start your search today at CUNISMKE.com. That's CUNISMKE.com.
Swing and a miss. It is a career-high 9th strikeout for Riley Peterson.
Catch Riley and the Milwaukee Panthers baseball team as they take on Wright State at Franklin Field. The series starts on Friday at 3 p.m. Then bring out the family on Saturday at 2 for Senior Day, featuring a special senior citizen ticket offer and free tailgate blankets. Plus, kids can run the bases and get free tickets. The series concludes on Sunday at 1 p.m. $10 tickets are available at MKEPanthers.com. Panther Athletics for the MKE.
Mark Tauscher here, and you know I love a smart play from the pocket. That's why I joined UW Credit Union. With their mobile banking app, I can make smart plays from anywhere. And with rewards checking perks like early payday, I score my money sooner. Stop by any of their local branches or visit uwcu.org to join and make the smart play by becoming a UW Credit Union member like I did. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
If only life had a remote control, you could pause or rewind. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute risk test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Kyle Broston Nortman, KBN.
It is okay for us to say Jordan Love is successfully following in the footsteps of Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. That is the guy that I want.
On 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. ESPN Wisconsin. Alex Strouf, John Anderson, Super Bowl champion Bryan Bulaga hanging out with you as we were just minutes away from the first round of the NFL Draft getting underway. No pick for the Green Bay Packers, at least as of now. I'm still holding out a little bit of hope, even though it makes absolutely no sense for Brian Gutekunst to trade into the first round. We will see as the night gets underway in just a few minutes. But still draft weekend. Rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow beginning at 6 o'clock. Rounds 4 through 7 begin Saturday morning at 11 o'clock Central on ESPN. And we'll have you covered all weekend long right here on ESPN Wisconsin. The Packers have 8 picks as it stands right now. Their first pick being pick 52 in the second round tomorrow. So certainly the ability to make some improvements to their already good roster. But I'm curious from each of these guys which position group they most want to see addressed by the Packers over the course of NFL Draft Weekend. John Anderson, we'll start with you out in Missouri. Which position group do you want to see Brian Gutekunst and company address most throughout the course of Draft Weekend?
I think that I would like to go get a cornerback. There are, as you know, there's 2 ways, right? How do we do that? Get a really good corner, or we make pass rush so good that if you don't have high-end quarters, they hold up. I would like to go get a corner. And then after that, just load me up on offensive linemen and load me up on defensive linemen, right? I kind of like the Brewers, right? When they go draft, it's like if you played center field, shortstop, or pitcher, those are what we want. We don't care if you played third base. We don't care. We'll teach you how to play the other ones. Give me offensive linemen and give me defensive linemen. And I've got a little of the Al Davis, Ron Wolf. If you can give me a really solid, lockdown corner, I'll take that guy. I don't know if he's there at 52. And linemen, again, every time I have a theory on linemen, I'm always like, oh, but Bryan Bulaga's in here, and he could just go, you're an idiot. What do you know? Have you ever played? But I have looked at but you look at some of the great lines. Yes, they have first-round picks. Mm-hmm. Yes, sometimes they have, but they also have a free agent or a 7th-round pick or a guy that's like, those guys are always best give me 5 guys who have played together for 3 years, and I do not care what round they've been drafted in, right? Give me those guys that have just got that continuity, that you have that feel for what they do and where they are, and that magic dance they're able to do at 300 pounds. That's where I always think that, that's really, and somehow if you have better offensive line coaches than others, right? There are guys that seem to be able to really do it. But load me up on those positions, because that's where I've yet to meet the coach that has told me that you don't win in the trenches, right? From Pop Warner to whatever it is. And so if I just go impose my will on somebody, Bryan Bulaga can open me a big enough hole. They always go, look at that. That's a big enough hole to run a truck through. Okay, good. Then I can get a 4th-round pick. And, I get it. They're special guys once in a while, right? You get a special guy. You get an Adrian Peterson, you get, Barry Sanders. They're special guys. I'm not trying to belittle that, but I would rather have really good linemen make my backs better than trying to have a back try to make my line better. Just kind of like for all those years, we didn't draft people in the first round for Aaron Rodgers. Right. Because you know what? Aaron Rodgers just made everybody better. Brett Favre made guys tons of money. Okay. If I got an average quarterback, then I might need to go get a really good guy to see if I can help him out. But if I got Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to tell him. But now maybe this is what we have to do is go talk to him nicer about it. But I'm like, dude, you make everybody in this feel better. I'm going to go get you somebody that's going to protect you and do some other stuff, because I know you hate it, but you're going to make a 2nd round and 3rd round pick. You're going to make those guys stars. And so I'm just going to rely on your talent. So it does suck that I didn't get your first round pick, but you're good enough to make all those guys into first round picks. So I'm going to lean in on your talent. So just give me guys on the line, both sides of it, build depth. We saw that everybody gets worn down. There's attrition. And then in this case, I really think it would be nice to address, just give me a corner that I can count on the whole time.
So for somebody that led that answer and then finished it with cornerback, you spent a lot of time on line. So I know it's important to you this weekend. It's cornerback, line, which I think all of us are going to agree with. But if we went with number one, Bryan Bulaga, your number one need this weekend that you really want to see the Packers address, it is?
I'm with John. I'm going to say corner. I think that's where I would like to see us start, is that corner and shore up that back end, because John mentioned the two solutions. You either get a good enough pass rush that you can be on the back end, or you get good corners. And currently, we have no idea when our great pass rusher will be back. We don't know that. And we don't know what we're going to have from a pass rushing standpoint until he gets back. We don't know what that's going to look like or how they're going to be deployed by Gannon and things like. We have no clue. So to me, you need to strengthen the cornerback room and get that room bolstered as much as possible. And then with that, I'm with John on everything. I'm with edge rusher and offensive line depth, and get competition in that offensive line room. That's where I'm at. Because right now there's no competition in the O-line room. The guys that are in there think that they're the starters. The guys that have been paid, Sean Ryan, Banks, Jordan Morgan, Belton, and obviously Zach Tom's going to be the starter regardless. I mean, Zach Tom's going to be the starter regardless.
Is he the only guy you feel really good about, Zach Tom, at right tackle? Is he the only guy you feel really good about? Like, absolutely 100% he's the starter on that offensive line?
Yes. He's the guy that's 100% the guy that you're not replacing ever out of that group. But with that, I'm comfortable with Sean Ryan at center. I think he got better as the season went on. I'm comfortable with him at center. Banks showed me flashes towards the end of the season that you can win with him, and if he stays healthy and continues on that trajectory, he can be a very solid guard for you. It's what does Belton do from year one to year two?
Mm.
How does he make that jump? Does he improve the things that he needed to? And then Jordan Morgan, we don't know that. And it's not trying to be mean to the kid. It's really not. I'm not trying to do that, but it's just we don't know enough about him at the left tackle position to feel great about it. And that's not a knock. That's not a me getting after him. That's just the truth, man. Like I'm just being real with you. Like you have to look at it as a first-year starter, and how is that going to go? And that's the way I look at it. So, you need competition in that room to push those guys, to make guys feel uncomfortable. And that's, to John's point, is where you go get guys that can push them and make them feel uncomfortable and make that a competitive environment in that room. Because you don't have a room full of Sittons and Langs and Bakhtiaris. That's not what you have. I mean, no one's taking their jobs, right? No one's ever going to take their job. I mean, it's the way that is. But when you don't have that, you need to make that room as competitive as humanly possible. So guys are looking over their shoulder in training camp and going, all right, if I have a bad week, he's going to be taking more reps than me.
What have you seen from Morgan that is good? And what is it that is his biggest detriment right now?
What I like, I think he has tackle feet. So, like, I think his footwork it shows me that he can play the tackle position. And to me, that's like always key number one is how do tackles move their feet? If they're slow-footed and they're dragging their feet all over the place, like I want to see them glide. Like I want to see tackles glide across the grass. That's what they look like when you have good feet. What worries me about him is the anchoring aspect of it against power. So you can have great feet, but if you can't stop power, then you give pass rushers two-way goes with everything so that you can power them early. Then they start to sit and anchor early, and then you can beat them with speed, which is Jordan Morgan. That's probably the thing that he's best at is speed because he has good feet if he takes a good set and gets off the snap on time. That's right now, to me, his detriment is taking on power. And sometimes that's a technique issue. Sometimes that is just a strength issue, and you can improve that somewhat in the weight room, but then there's the aspect of actually applying that on the field, and that's a different ballgame than being weight room strong and playing strong. Those are two different applications because you need to be able to anchor and be strong in a split second when you get popped in the face by, we'll just say like a Clay Matthews, he just hits you with a quick bull rush, and it's how are you able to recover and sit that down and then react to speed right after that. Like those are, like you could squat 500 pounds. That's great. That looks really cool. Like I hope the social media team took a video of that to post that for OTAs. But like that doesn't mean when that doesn't mean when Hutchinson bull rushes you that you're going to be able to just stop him dead right there. Those don't translate. Does it help? Sure, yeah, you're strong in your lower half, but that doesn't translate after you just take 3 quick pass sets and you're moving and you get hit on the move and you have to just settle your feet and lock guys in. So that's my one concern with him is does he figure that out this offseason and in the training camp to settle his base and power down and all that.
I'm a believer, but we will see if it comes to fruition. All right, we get out to Pittsburgh as the NFL draft underway. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. They've already taken 3 minutes up. You've known for that's always my biggest issue with the number 1 pick. What the hell's taking so long? We get to the number 1 pick. The draft gets underway. We continue our coverage of NFL Draft Night number 1. Packers with no pick, but still 32 to be made. We get things underway. Coming up next, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300,000 is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Brewers baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate. With a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
3 people, 3 different kinds of joint pain, 1 decision to do something about it. The solution? Not surgery. It was QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I wanted to use my own body to hopefully regenerate and get rid of that pain. So it's been 3 months and my back is significantly better.
The pain in my knees was pretty severe, so I came here, and even after the first treatment, I noticed an incredible difference. If you have pain in any part of your body, this is the place to go.
I couldn't go to the gym anymore, and I couldn't play with my grandkids. That's why I made the decision to come here to QC Kinetics, and it was the best decision that I ever made for my own health. This works. Don't do surgery.
Finally, relief for 3 real patients. Lives transformed through QC Kinetics non-surgical treatments. Your story could be next. Call for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. 414-240-2298.
Hey, this is Gabe Neitzel. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick,
the 26th pick. In the 2023. In the 2020.
In the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. Select. Jordan Love. Tucker Kraft.
Edgerrin Cooper. Linebacker.
Quarterback. Tight end. South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage. Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Alongside ESPN legend John Anderson and Green and Gold Hall of Famer Bryan Bulaga. Here's Alex Strouf.
Let's go. It's draft night and pick number 1 about to come in. Alex Strouf, Bryan Bulaga, John Anderson with you. Let's go to the commissioner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
Yeah, we're all shocked by that one. I can tell by that one. There you go. Fernando Mendoza, the reigning national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, is the first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. Joins a esteemed company, winning a national championship, a Heisman Trophy, and being the number 1 pick all in the same year. I believe the last one to do that was Joe Burrow back in 2020, the year Jordan Love was selected. Bryan, I know you watch a lot of college football. I know you watch a lot of Big Ten football. Fernando Mendoza. Now, they have Kirk Cousins out in Vegas. They signed him this offseason, so Fernando might not get the go right away. We will see what happens over the course of the next few months. But do you see Mendoza's skill set translating to the next level?
Yeah, I like him a lot. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. Obviously, the Raiders is a difficult situation right now, which is why I think Kirk Cousins is there to try to kind of give him some time to adapt to the NFL game. But I like him. I mean, I remember watching him against Iowa, and it was a tight game, but he hung in there. He had some huge throws. On the sidelines, over the middle. I mean, he's a tough kid, and obviously, I can't say I watched a bunch of Indiana football, but watched him in the playoffs, obviously, in the playoff games, and he was very good there. I mean, the hit he took against Ohio State to open up that Big Ten championship and then come back and play well was, that says a lot about him. So, I like the pick. I think he's going to be a good player for him. I just hope he gets the time to develop. And the franchise isn't too eager to rush him out there when the roster may not be ready to support him in that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. J.A., any comments on Fernando Mendoza, who also just seems like the nicest guy ever? Does he not? Have you listened to him on interviews and stuff? I mean, he just seems like the most wholesome cat that's ever existed.
It was funny if you go listen to his interviews after games when he played at Cal, he was exactly the same, right? Whether they were winning the national champion, Cal, he was the same guy.
So fame doesn't change everybody.
Listen, I like that he won a bunch of games against a bunch of good teams and has started a bunch of games.
Yep.
Most of these guys that come in, I feel like I'm ready to rush him in. He's played a bunch of games. I think he's okay. It's these guys, and this is not all entirely on their talent. But you take a guy like Richardson, I don't think started enough in Florida and then has shown what he was in Indy. And that, to me, those guys that just don't play a bunch. Trey Lance, he came in, right? He played one game in a year or 2 years because of COVID, and he came in. It's like he forgot to play. So I like that about him. He's shown that he can win. He's been in some tough spots in games and pulled them out. I don't know that he is the most naturally athletically gifted guy, but I don't think Tom Brady was either, right? And I only compare them strictly athletic ability, not, because Mendoza comes out with a far better resume out of college than Tom Brady had. Don't know that he becomes, but I do think that he's going to be a talented guy. I don't think he's a reach at that spot, which sometimes there are. And I would get him on the field as soon as I could. I've seen what Kirk Cousins can do. If I'm going to lose with Kirk Cousins with that team, then let me lose with Mendoza.
Yeah.
And then my coach will be the guy that makes sure he doesn't lose his confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the route they will go. Obviously, hiring Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of the Seahawks this offseason, as their new head coach. Maybe things will finally trend in the right direction for them, unlike the team that's picking second. That is the New York Jets, who just seem to screw. Do they screw everything up? Are they worse than the Browns? Like, who's the worst team in the National Football League in your guys' eyes when it comes to they can just get nothing right?
Well, if they draft another tight end, then yeah. Remember that streak in the 90s where they just drafted a tight end every year? So they certainly are an inept bunch. Since and it's hard to believe that you're going to say that, since Rex Ryan left, they became inept, because that sometimes was a clown show there.
Oh, yeah.
But just they can't seem to get anything right, and you watch them now, and we all had our opinion of what Aaron was when he showed up there, but I think he's right. He got a good look at the inside of that thing and went, holy shnikes, is this place a fun house? But not in a good way, and so, because say what you want about Aaron, he's a pretty smart guy. He's pretty adroit at assessing stuff up. But if he realizes, he's like, that place is not conducive to winning, like, I think Aaron wants to stick with stuff and be a winner and all that, and that he pulled the shoot on that thing, I'm out. Tells you all.
All right, let's go back to Pittsburgh. Pick number 2 for those aforementioned Jets.
The second pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Let the fun begin. Huh. There he is, New York. There you go. Why do you giggle? What makes you laugh?
Well, the fact that you heard the Jets fans in unison, they were not happy with that.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
They wanted to give me the Ohio State linebacker. Nope, we're going to take this fellow that some people had. I mean, they had him higher up there, but I don't know that that's where people thought he was going to go.
Yeah, Mel Kiper had him number 3 overall, so certainly not a super reach, but a guy where everybody views, as you mentioned, everybody views Arvell Reese as maybe the best prospect in the entirety of this draft. Mel Kiper had him over Fernando Mendoza, and obviously he does not go, so Arvell Reese likely going to go number 3 here to the Cardinals if they don't trade out of this pick. So this is the fun of the draft, and I said this earlier today when I was appearing on our sister station, WTMJ. It seems every year you can kind of figure out like the top 3 or 4 picks and how they'll go. Obviously last year an exception with the Jaguars trading in, but this year it felt like, okay, it's Mendoza, and then kind of, I don't know what's going to happen, and there's your first one with that pick right there. Brian, your reaction as it's David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, that goes to New York.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Ohio State edge rusher. I thought he was pretty clear, in my opinion, the best rusher in the draft. Not saying this young man's not any good. I'm not saying that, but I thought the Ohio State kid was pretty clear, in my opinion. And the Jets didn't think so. That scouting department didn't believe so. So.
Right. Part of my chuckle is just the reaction of the Jets fans.
Well, yeah, they're amazing. They're amazing.
That's all. It did not sound like it was a ringing endorsement.
Have they ever been happy, John? I don't know that they've ever been happy. All right, pick 3 coming up in a couple of minutes. We've got to take a break. When we come back, the NFL draft rolls on. 2 picks in the book. Fernando Mendoza is the new quarterback in Las Vegas, and David Bailey heads to New York with the Jets. More picks to come, more chaos to come. One of the best nights of the year in the National Football League. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues right after this.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. On this show, it's always football season.
I'm not overly concerned because it seems as if Green Bay's not overly concerned.
Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Everybody over there feels like this team was there. We got short-circuited with injuries. We have the right staff, we have the right people, and we have the right players. We just need to stay healthy, and we'll be champions.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube channel, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
Are you or a loved one facing addiction? The Wisconsin Addiction Recovery Helpline offers free and confidential support 24/7. Powered by 211 Wisconsin, local trained specialists can help connect you with local service providers for treatment, peer support, harm reduction tools, and more. Call 211, text your zip code to 898-211, or chat at 211wisconsin.org. Help is waiting. Sponsored by United Way of Wisconsin.
Life's better with Drive My Way from American Family Insurance, because we know it's more than just a car. It's your escape pod, your adventure mobile, your memory maker. And we help protect the dreams that drive you. Personalize what you pay for auto insurance and you could save between 10 and 35%. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products, pricing, and availability vary based on the way you purchase insurance and by state. Unsafe driving behaviors may increase your rate. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Big trucks can be intimidating. If you've been seriously injured in a truck crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Trucking law can be extremely complicated. You don't want to take on the insurance company alone. Gruber Law Offices has the experience, the resources, and of course, the results. We know truck law. We know the rules and regulations. We know what it takes to win. Call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Feels like the world is a little broken lately. Maybe all we need is a fix. Most spirits are acidic. Fix Vodka is different. Fix Vodka is the world's first high alkaline, acid-free vodka. Handcrafted with natural spring water and select grain. Clean, smooth, done right. Better water, better vodka. Get your local Fix.
Fix Vodka.
Enjoy responsibly.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
Looking to transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank? At your local IKEA in Oak Creek, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience that enhances your everyday life. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation, IKEA's home furnishing combines form and function to fit any lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA Oak Creek today or explore their collection online at ikea.com/US.
Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee. Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee.
All righty, well, there's another one. People were predicting this the last few days as the Arizona Cardinals just made their pick. I want to hear from the commissioner and then get Bryan Bulaga's opinion on this pick. Alex Strouf, Bryan Bulaga, John Anderson with you. Our buddy C-Cat's running the show for us across ESPN Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Here's pick number 3, the Arizona Cardinals and the commissioner out in Pittsburgh.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
So Matt LaFleur's brother Mike in his first NFL draft as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals goes running back at pick 3. Bryan, I'm curious on your opinion on drafting running backs not only high, but that high.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it. We'll just put it that way. I'm not a huge fan of running backs that high. Like, I know there's going to be people like, what about Saquon? Or what about McCaffrey? Or what about how – well, you have to be that special, and that takes years to kind of see that, right? Like, Saquon was really good in New York, don't get me wrong, but he became, like, elite in Philly. And Philly had all the tools to help him become that. They had the offensive line. They had the quarterback. They had the receivers. Arizona has none of that. They have absolutely none of that. So, like, this, unfortunately for this poor kid, he's going to be running into defensive linemen consistently. And that's not going to help him out at all. Like, we'll just put it that way. And obviously a very talented player. I'm not saying he's not talented, but like Arizona has a ton of holes. Like, I mean, monsters. And I don't know if back is the number one hole in their roster, if we're being honest. But okay. Like, all right.
It's a swing, that's for sure. Jeremiah Love originally from the state of Missouri. We'll go to the state of Missouri. John Anderson. I mean, it's a choice.
St. Louis kid. Ordinarily, I would say I'm down with that. Like if you got a guy that's you think is a pretty talented guy, I'm not against drafting running backs in that spot. He hadn't been super great against the best competition, right? He wasn't great in the bowl game. Wasn't great early on against some of those things. I just think that if I have Reese, that they're going to let Reese fall to me at 4. I go ahead. It's kind of like when you had to give me points in the game. You want to give me 2 touchdowns, I'll take them. And I feel like you just got handed that, and that might have, like, I feel like you've decided that's where you were going to go, and nothing was going to deter you. So it's nice you have the faith in the young man. But boy, if you had a chance to get Reese, I feel like that could be something.
To me, he seems like the most immediate impact player in this draft. Arvell Reese, the linebacker out of Ohio State. Now, obviously, if Mendoza does end up winning that starting job, which I don't think we expect, at least as it stands in April in Vegas, he could be impact player. But and Jeremiah Love certainly could be in Arizona. I'm with kind of what Bryan said. If you have that many holes, if you have that many issues to the point where you're picking at pick number 3, I'd rather get some other tools. And we've seen how many different times, guys, that, you know, in the past few years where it's a 5th or 6th or 7th round running back as a rookie making a huge impact. We saw it a few years ago with Devon Achane. We saw it this past year with Kyle Monungai in Chicago when DeAndre Swift went down for a couple games. He was a 6th round pick last year. Like, there's value in late round running backs if you've got the other pieces right. And just to prove your point correct, John, on Arvell Reese, we are through 4 picks with no trades now as the pick is in for the Titans. We await the commissioner in Pittsburgh. But it seems like the Titans, who had been rumored to maybe poking around to see if they should move back, are not going to do that just because of what many view as the best prospect in the draft being available at pick 4.
Yeah, they made that. They turned that pick in quick. And with Saleh there, that's where they're going.
Yeah, Robert Saleh, obviously the new head coach.
You'd be shocked if he doesn't take that gift.
He's smiling from ear to ear right now on TV because he knows. He just went, thank you.
Think about that. Like, literally, if you're sitting there at 5 and you want that guy and you think, okay, I got to trade up to 2, what would you have paid for that pick? And they get him for free.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You would have flopped your 1s and it'd cost you a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
And instead, they'll just like, well, thank you. We'll take him. So now watch, they'll have picked a kicker, but but
I don't think there's any way. I think they're definitely going with Reese. I think they're definitely going that direction.
They'd be silly not to, as the commissioner approaches the stage, it seems, in Pittsburgh. They'd just be silly not to, especially with, as we mentioned, Robert Saleh, the defensive mind, the former defensive coordinator, now the head coach in Tennessee. We good on the sound? Are we ready for the commissioner? Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
What is going on here? They go Ohio State. They just go offensive side of the ball with Carnell Tate. And people are split.
Of Reese smoking. Is there a picture with Reese smoking weed through a gas mask somewhere that I have not seen?
Did something happen with him over the last 24 hours that people are not aware of right now?
Maybe because, but the other thing here, guys, is they just wanted Carnell Tate. Many draft experts across the country don't even view Tate as the best receiver in this draft. He was still projected to be a top 10 pick by all means, but that is shocking to me. That one, that's the shock of the night so far, right there.
Wow,
good football player,
no doubt.
Really good football player.
Yeah. So I'm saying that this has nothing to. Yeah, this has nothing to do with ragging on the player. It's more of what organizations are thinking. But that's why they're picking at the bottom most of the years in a row. That's why they continue to do the same thing over and over and over again.
Well, the New York Giants now on the clock, but man,
the New York Giants drafted edge last year, correct?
Yeah.
Take another one.
Yeah. Exactly. The Giants pick's already in. They already know.
Yeah, that took 20 seconds. And I must mention that this draft is going fast with that rule change. 10 minutes to 8 minutes. We're already on pick 5 at 7:30. We've got to take a break. Will the Giants pull the trigger on Arvell Reese, or will his free fall continue? And when will the first trade be? We're still awaiting that, but it looks like the Giants might get a gift here at pick 5. We continue with all the reaction. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night across ESPN Wisconsin.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Hi, I'm Eric Zauner, Marine Corps veteran and board member for the Center for Veterans Issues, calling on the community to tee it up for a great cause. On Monday, June 15th, CVI is hosting its 5th annual golf outing at the River Club in Mequon. This year's event is supporting CVI's permanent supportive housing program, dedicated to assisting chronically homeless or disabled veterans and their families. Grab your clubs and support our veterans today. Register to golf, sponsor, or donate at cvivet.org/events.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
How are things at Kessler's Greenfield, Kelly?
Fantastic. I heard you have an idea for springtime.
I love spring.
I have a big collection of new life to show you.
New life is a spring thing.
Show us. I call it crosses and clovers.
These are amazing.
Well done, Kelly.
These are stunningly unique.
Kelly, the surface of this 4-leaf clover is fantastic. What's it made of?
Sarah, the surface of that lucky 4-leaf clover is made of crushed black diamonds.
Wow. I'm buying this one. How much?
$185. In yellow gold vermeil, it's just $270. This cross, $90.
And these initials pendants?
These are $60.
Clovers, crosses, and personalized pendants.
And a leprechaun that says they're magically delicious.
Sarah, that's a breakfast cereal.
Kelly, you've done well.
Extremely well.
Extremely very well. Happy springtime, everyone.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
An epic Brewers Pirates series is coming April 24th through the 26th. Kick it off with Star Wars Night on Friday the 24th. And check out a post-game laser show presented by ESPN Milwaukee. Then on Saturday the 25th, get a Brewers Windbreaker giveaway courtesy of Quartz. Wrap up the series with Family Sunday fun and kids cheer free. Plus, the first 5,000 kids take home an Abner Uribe poster. Grab a seat at Brewers.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNWisconsinContests.com.
That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
Give me your biggest takeaway.
One.
Oh, number one?
Yes.
With the bullet, it's not even close. Micah Parsons is the guy we thought he is.
On 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. Alex Strouf, John Anderson, Bryan Bulaga with you as we get ready for Pick 5. Pick 6 has been traded. Listen to this, guys. I mean, they missed the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL. And now they have a top 6 pick. As the Kansas City Chiefs and the Cleveland Browns have come to an agreement, Chiefs move up to pick 6, Browns move back to pick 9. They also acquire pick 74, pick 141 overall in this year's NFL draft. So 3 picks for the Browns. I believe that is a first rounder, a third rounder, and a 6th rounder to move up 3 spots as the Chiefs lose 3 picks but go 3 spots up to pick 6 as we await what we assume is Arvell Reese to the Giants as he has fallen. Many who believed he is the best prospect in this draft falls all the way to pick 5 to New York. And, John, in the commercial break, I spent looking for a gas mask photo of him smoking a bong out of a gas mask. I was unable to find that.
All right. See, there you go.
So we await the Giants. But finally, our first trade, which is exciting. Kansas City, though. Now, Mahomes tore his ACL at the end of December, so we shouldn't expect him back probably until mid-season, I would assume.
That'd be my guess. Like, that's fair to assume.
Yeah. Apparently he's coming along okay, is the word, but it's still a ways off.
I guess.
You know?
Who are they bringing as their backup?
Justin Fields, Green Bay's favorite quarterback.
Oh, boy.
So Fields there, and obviously they signed the reigning Super Bowl MVP and Kenneth Walker III. Now they're running back. They've got a pretty good offensive line.
How many stops is that for Fields? This is his 3rd different team in 3 years. Chicago, Pittsburgh.
4th and 4.
Jets.
4th and 4.
Who am I missing?
Chicago, Pittsburgh, Jets, and now Kansas City.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah,
it'll be his 4th team in 4 years. He was fine in Pittsburgh, not so good in New York, and going to get the opportunity to start the season, we assume, in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And how long was he? How long? The Bears gave him 2 years, right? Just 2 and then gone.
He gave
3.
I think he got 3.
I don't know. Whatever it is, they pulled. Everybody's pulling the chute quick on that guy. And if you're a quarterback right now and you can't play for Andy Reid, you're going to be a plumber.
That's probably it then. That's probably it. But
Get your Timberlands on and you're
all right. Is it Arvell Reese to the Giants? We find out from the commissioner.
NFL draft. The New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
All right, I missed the promotion. That was obviously not the commissioner. But there's Arvell Reese. So okay, no gas mask, no free fall, just falls to 5. Loses probably a couple $1 million though, right, Brian?
Yeah, loses some millions of dollars. That is correct.
And I don't want to say. I mean, you didn't really know where you were going to go. You were projected where? It could be anywhere from like 8th to 20th?
Yeah, that's where it was, somewhere in that ballpark.
And you were a little bit later than that. So do you still look back at that and go, man, I lost millions of dollars? But you ultimately ended up making some of that back with a very lengthy career.
I mean, he's like a second contract guy.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess the human nature side of you at the end of your career always looks at that like, man, could have made a couple more extra million on the front half, but then again, I got a Super Bowl right away out of that, and that's kind of irreplaceable for me. So, I think I'm okay.
I guess I haven't checked since this year's Super Bowl, but I assume you still own the title of the youngest player to start a Super Bowl.
I think so. I think so. I don't check on it regularly. I don't get a call from the NFL telling me it's safe for another year.
Oh, but it's kind of. I mean, it's a great fact. You like Have you ever been to a party and they're like, hey, give me a fun fact? And you go, yeah, I was the youngest player ever to start a Super Bowl.
No, I've never brought it up. I've never brought it up.
So you're telling me I've brought it up many more times than you have?
Yeah, I think so.
John, what's your fun fact at a party?
I just have them call Homer.
7.5.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, you know what it really is? It is every time when people go, oh, you're from Green Bay. When I tell them I went to Vince Lombardi Junior High, they think that's amazing.
Yeah.
That, the man had a school named after him. And so that's always my deal. I'm like, yeah, I went to Vince Lombardi Junior High School.
Bart Starr getting a school named after him in Green Bay. I don't know how often you're keeping up with the Green Bay Public Area School District up there.
Yeah.
But Bart Starr's
I think
getting
it's
a
going
school
to
named
be,
after him.
I had heard they're kind of getting rid of they're changing some schools on the east side. It's going to be on the footprint of the elementary school I went to, which was John F. Kennedy grade school.
I
only went to good guys, man. Kennedy, Lombardi.
Wow.
Guys that were.
I mean, I went to, on the east side of Green Bay, I went to Morgan Martin Elementary. Is it bad? I don't know who that is.
You and my brother over there on the Finger Road. God bless you.
You got it, yeah. And then I was an Edison Eagle. They're not getting rid of that one either. So there you go. Go ahead, Brian. You had something?
I'm looking at these clips from this Reese guy. He's going to be a problem. Like he's got Von Miller written on him. That's the way he moves and bends and how fast he is off the edge. He has Von Miller written all over him. Like, he's going to be an issue.
Matt Miller's pro comp, ironically, Abdul Carter, who they drafted in the first round last year.
No. They look nothing. They are completely different edge rusher types. Who gave that comp?
Matt Miller, ESPN.
Yeah, no, they don't look the same rushing.
Let's see what NFL.com has him as a pro comp, if they even write those anymore.
Brian, what is it you see when what is it when you go, that guy's a problem? What is it you like? What is it that you go, oh, that's where you're going to have some issues with this cat?
His bend is absolutely effortless. Like, tackles are whiffing on him. Like, that to me, like they're not touching him. Like, and it's just simple body shakes and dip of the shoulder because he's so fast. But then they showed multiple clips earlier of his power with a straight arm and walking tackles straight back into the pocket. So, like, and holding an edge on run game. So, like, he has that power to strike guys and do that. And then that speed that he has is that to me is an issue. Guys that have power and they have that type of straight speed that can bend and turn, that's an issue. That's a big issue. That's why Micah is a problem, because Micah has both of those, and those aren't fun problems to deal with as a tackle. Those aren't good.
Great analysis on Arvell Reese. Let's see where the Chiefs go as they trade up 3 spots.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane, defensive back, LSU.
Yeah, the top corner in the draft goes off the board at pick number 6. Let's hope a run doesn't begin too early, because obviously we want some of those top guys to be there at 52. But we got a while to wait before the Packers are on the board. But that's the first corner off the board for Kansas City as they trade up 3 spots. Washington with the next pick. New Orleans coming up at 8, and Cleveland at pick 9. We will get to all those coming up. Bryan Bulaga's got a flag football game to coach in like an hour, so he's only going to be with us for another 15 or 20 minutes. I also want to know how flag football leagues come together. Do they have a draft? We're going to ask him about that. Coming up on the other side, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
On ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. The Homer Hour with special guests every day from 5 to 6.
That's why I said the toughest part to me for the Packers is that the division is, I think, better than it's been.
The best 60 minutes of your day happens on the Homer Hour.
So the issue is, and I'm working on the T-shirt right now, this season is very simple.
This guy.
Got to win the damn division.
Weekday afternoons from 5 to 6 on 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Alex Strouf. A couple of months ago, I knew one thing for sure. I had the girl. What I didn't know was what came next. Luckily, a friend of mine told me about the team at Robert Hack Diamonds and the job they do, getting you from knowing you have the girl to down on one knee. I had never been through this process before buying an engagement ring. I had an idea of what she wanted. She'd sent me pictures of some hints and some ideas, but I wanted it to be special and different, and that's where Robert Hack Diamonds came in. They created my fiance's dream ring, and it made that moment, that yes, that much more special. So if you, like me, know you've got the girl but don't really know what comes next, go see the team at Robert Hack Diamonds. 3 locations in the Milwaukee area, 1 in Greenfield, where I went, and 2 in Brookfield, north and south. Their custom jewelry is made on site, lab-grown options, natural diamond options, and all the in-betweens. Stop in today or visit them online, roberthackdiamonds.com. That's Robert Hack, H-A-A-C-K, diamonds.com. And after you get that yes, like me, you'll say, heck yeah, thanks to Robert Hack Diamonds.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a ball.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Every 34 seconds, someone in America dies from heart disease. In that same time, you could be managing your heart health at home with Cardia Mobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG device that detects atrial fibrillation and other arrhythmias in just 30 seconds. Unlimited readings from anywhere at a surprisingly affordable price. Order now at Cardia, KARDIA.com or Amazon. Because when it comes to your heart, seconds count.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Coach Greg Gard. Building a winning team takes more than talent. It takes preparation, strategy, and the right partners. The same is true for building a successful business. That's why I'm proud to work with Bank CMG. They understand what Wisconsin business owners need. Smart banking solutions, local decision making, and a partner who is invested in your success, not just in your account balance. Whether you're looking to finance equipment, manage cash flow, or expand your operations, Bank CMG has the experience and flexibility to help you grow. They're not a big national bank where you're just another number. They're a community bank where you talk to real people who understand your business and your market. I've spent my career building teams. Bank CMG helps Wisconsin businesses build theirs. If you're ready to work with a bank that gets it, visit bankcmg.com/business. Let's build something great together.
Bank CMG is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
Whether it's breaking Packers news, breaking Bucks news, or breaking Brewers news, we are Milwaukee's place for the biggest sports stories right when they happen on 94.5 ESPN and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
All right, 7 picks into the NFL draft as the Commanders select another Ohio State player off the board. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, goes at pick 7. So just to recap through the top 7, pick 1, of course, Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback, to the Raiders. David Bailey, the Texas Tech edge rusher, goes 2nd to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame's running back, 3rd to Arizona, and Matt LaFleur's brother, Mike. The 4th pick was the surprising one. Ohio State wide receiver Cornell Tate goes that high to a new defensive head coach in Robert Saleh and the Titans. Arvell Reese finally goes, the linebacker out of Ohio State, pick 5 to the Giants. Mansour Delane, the cornerback out of LSU, goes to the Chiefs at pick 6, who trade up from pick 9, and pick 7, Sonny Styles, one of my favorite names in the draft. The Ohio State linebacker goes pick 7 to the Washington Commanders. Bryan Bulaga with us for about 10 more minutes. Bryan, you have bring us up to speed. You have a flag football rain-out makeup game to coach?
Yeah. Technically, one of the games going on right now, so I missed the first one, and then I'll be going to the second one. Yeah, we had a doubleheader that got rained out, and they're making it up today, and then I have another one tomorrow. So fun
Just
times.
to be clear, you're coaching, right? You're not playing, correct?
Yeah, no, yeah, I would not be playing. Yes, no
Just,
playing.
Going to be in the Olympics. Thought maybe, what the heck? Here's your chance. We'll get in there, see what happens.
Ooh, no. I like my knees right now. They feel good. I don't need to do any of that right now.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. What's your coaching style like, Brian? Like, what age group are we talking?
We're in the sixth to eighth grade.
Okay.
6th to 8th grade.
So give me some coaching points. Like, what are you doing? You're holding a clipboard, I assume.
A wristband, so I call plays.
Nice.
And things like that. And
give me a play call.
What, number 13? Like, I have them all drawn up for him on the wristband. Like the wristbands I have opened up, and then I have this little app on my computer where it could do the plays. So then they just open their wristband and all their routes are drawn out from letters on it, so they know where to line up and how to run their routes and things like that. So I just call in a number to the QB. QB calls the play, and they go.
What's our record on the season?
We're undefeated right now.
Yeah, you are. I knew that was going to be the answer.
Yeah. We're undefeated right now. We won the title last year, or in the winter. Technically, we won the winter, and this is the spring season. So,
I know you're going to be shocked by this. I have several more questions.
Okay.
Your son plays what position?
I mean, so wide receiver, and then in the NFL flag football league, you're allowed to rush the passer. So he rushes the passer and chases down the quarterbacks and things like that. So that's kind of his niche.
Is there a draft for this?
No. So you pick your team. You gather 8 to 9 kids, sign them up, and go play.
Is it the same roster as the team that won in the winter?
Couple different kids.
Okay.
Couple different kids. Couple kids play baseball or do whatever else, and then you just fill those roster spots and try to manage that way.
Are you harder on your kid than other kids, or are all players treated equal?
No, Declan gets it a million times harder than anybody, and there's no doubt. There's no doubt he gets it way worse.
Do we have participation limits? Can I only play so? Does every kid have to play so often?
No.
Or so many plays?
No, there's no we play everybody, but at the same time, like, if you're playing good, you're going to stay in the game. If you make mistakes, you're coming out of the game. And that's kind of the way it goes. And kids know that. I mean, we make that very clear to that. And I also make sure that I tell the parents that literally night one of the season is the introduction text message from me is pretty basic. That's kind of what it says. Like, if your son's making mistakes and not doing the right thing, he will not play. If they're playing well, they will play. Like, that's.
Oh, I love this.
That's the nature of it.
But I feel like you're big enough to get away with that. You know, between your literal physical size and your resume, nobody's going to screw with you.
Yeah, no, I've never had a parent question my coaching style. And, you know what, like, the thing is, too, I'm pretty on the sideline. Like, I'm very laid back. Like, I'm not screaming and yelling. It's not my thing. Like, I don't like doing that. I'd rather talk to the kids when they come to the sideline and explain to them what they did wrong or what they should be looking for and things like that. I'm not a big like sideline hooting and hollering guy. It's just never really, you know, sparked my interest to be that type of coach. I give the players on the field, because a lot of them play tackle football, I give them a lot of freedom to do certain, like, make adjustments, defensive calls, things like that. I give them a lot of freedom to do those things and let them figure things out on the fly for themselves. That's the way they're going to learn. Coverages and identifying things is kind of figure those things out on the fly.
Who's coaching the game right now?
Well, my buddy, who's my assistant coach, our sons have been playing together since Declan was in kindergarten and Andrew was in first grade. So he's the assistant coach, and he's coaching right now. He's doing it right now.
If he loses, does he get reamed out?
No, not at all.
I think I've emptied the tank. John, do you have any further questions for Coach Bulaga?
I just have one. Is there anybody else that has even, sort of pro football experience or any other coach in the league? And then I'll tell you why I asked this.
There was a coach, what was it, a couple seasons ago that, this is what I was told, that he played safety at Texas back in his day.
Oh, wow.
And I would have never guessed it. I'll just put it that way. Did not look like the safety type that would have played at Texas.
He put on a few post-playing career, I assume?
Yeah. We'll just say that. That's a nice way of putting it.
So the reason I ask is many, many years ago, when I'm still there at ESPN, I'm in Connecticut. Good friend of mine from Green Bay, Wisconsin, a high school classmate of mine, Scott Rathlisberger, Grandma Audrey was his nickname. So his daughter was a really, really good player. She ended up being the all-time leading scorer at St. Norbert's, D3, right? Pretty good program. But Scott, they're playing in Connecticut. Scott can't make it out, but we go down and see Lauren and go see, yes, I'm going to go. And so I'm talking with her mom and Lori, and she says, I just feel like we're going to get out coached. And I'm like, wow, do you not like your coach? Is there a problem? Youth leagues. And she goes, no, their coach down there. And I look, she goes, their coach is Jim Craig in this girls' youth hockey game. And I'm like, all right, I can see that. The poor guy. You're right. I might go with that guy over your coach. So that's why I just wondered if you're like alpha in there too, so that somebody goes, I think we're going to be all right. But our poor coach, who's a great guy, right? Kids are happy they get orange slices, but that guy over there was the youngest guy ever. And we might get destroyed.
I try to pride myself on, and this is, I think this is for any sport, but I do try to find weak links and matchup issues that I like to exploit after like the first series, like calling plays. So I'll call plays in to kind of get a feel for if they're running man, if they're running zone, if they're blitzing us, kind of what they're doing. And then I find the weak links and the holes in the defense that I call the routes to try to pick on them. And once I find it, it's already too late to adjust, because then they adjust and I do the opposite. And it's kind of, it gets out of hand. Like my wife's texting me right now, the game, it was to start the game, they were beating us 12-6. And now it's 32-12. So
So you know what that is, Alex? Look at this. Listen to the moral of this story. It's in the coaching.
What a beautiful bow to tie on the first 2 hours of ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night by the pro, John Anderson. I hope we've got you fired up to go coach and win a ball game, Brian.
I am. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm not ready to go because it's such a late game here in Florida. I don't appreciate, I've told the commissioner that, I don't appreciate a 9:30 start on a school night. That's not something that I love.
Yeah, I'm shocked you don't have a curfew.
Yeah, I do. I have a bedtime. So that's just me personally. So I let him know that I don't appreciate the late games. I go, you could have started these things all at like 5, and our last game could have been maybe at 8, and then the kids get home in decent time. But, keeping kids out, grade school kids out till 10 o'clock at night on a school night. Sure. Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate that.
Hey, I love it. All right, Coach. My only requirement, we're going to let you go, but my only requirement is we get a final score text after the game you coach.
Yep, phone in the score.
Not a problem. I will let you know that immediately.
Thank you. And I appreciate the old newspaper joke there by John Anderson. Phone in the score to the sports clerk at the Green Bay Press-Gazette. Very good. Bryan Bulaga, great stuff as always. John and I will roll on with you in the 8 o'clock hour. Jason Wilde will join us. Mark Tauscher will join us as we continue. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night across ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Truck crash? Call Gruber offices. One call, that's all.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. 414-240-2298.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this. And Summit Credit Union's got you.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel neglected or unloved? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
We are the home of green and gold off-season coverage. 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee. A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick, the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020,
in the 2024 NFL Draft,
the Green Bay Packers, the Green Bay Packers,
the Green Bay Packers,
the Green Bay Packers, select Jordan Love, Tucker Kraft,
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker,
quarterback, tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Coverage. Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Offices One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Alongside ESPN legend John Anderson and Green and Gold Hall of Famer Bryan Bulaga. Here's Alex Strouf.
Coach Bulaga is off the rest of the evening. He's got to go get a big victory. So it's just ESPN and Wipeout legend John Anderson, Alex Strouf, the Green Bay fellas hanging with you for the time being. We will be joined from Lambeau Field in Green Bay by Jason Wilde in about 15 or so minutes, who will join us to catch up on all things draft, as well as talk about what's on the docket for Green Bay the rest of the weekend. Their first pick not expected until tomorrow. Just to play a little bit of catch-up, pick 8 to the New Orleans Saints, wide receiver Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State. So 2 wideouts selected in the top 10. And then Spencer Fano, the Utah offensive tackle, goes to Cleveland at pick 9. I believe that's the first offensive lineman off the board at pick 9. Maybe a little bit later than some people expected. So there you go. There's your catch-up as we await pick 10 for the New York Giants. That's 2 picks in the top 10 for the Giants. They go offensive tackle as well. Francis Mauigoa? Really good tackle out of Miami. I don't know how to say his name, John. I'm not the professional like you, but won't make you attempt. So we're through 10 picks already, the first hour of the NFL draft. I like this faster clock on night 1.
Well, but they still do a bunch of other stuff in there that you could make it even quicker. There's always Mauigoa. they have a lot of other, like, that's the one thing of watching the draft back in Green Bay. Like, they're playing through commercial breaks, and you're like, we could still move this on quicker, right? If you got 5 minutes and 32 teams, right, that's 160 minutes. That's 240, and they stretch this thing out 3+. So I say get a move on, but that's just me. Our time is valuable.
Is that the old man in you coming out? Is it going to be past your bedtime soon?
No, dude, nothing is. I still am operating my old clock, dude. I'm up every night. I get people all the time at work like, why did you send an email at 1:30 in the morning? I'm like, because I was up. I didn't expect you to answer it, So now I have to make sure I just set it for a timer. So it's great. Now I set it for like 6:30. And goes, look at that guy. He's up at 6:30, man. Crocodile probably went out for a run, had avocado toast, and he's in knocking out emails. Now I just make it sound like I'm working hard instead of like, no, I'm in bed when that thing was sailing.
I was just going to say, I don't think avocado toast is on the Anderson menu, but no judgment if it is.
No, it is not. But, that's what they always say. If you convince people you're an early riser, you can sleep till noon.
That's true.
So anyway,
pick 11.
We're ready to go. I just think that, like, we just listen. It has become this made-for-TV event, and it's awesome. But it could all go, like, everything could go faster.
Real quick, John, the Cowboys have moved up one spot. So they are now pick 11 rather than pick 12. The Dolphins get pick 12, pick 177, and pick 180. We await the commissioner for the Cowboys pick, which we will take live here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, because, I don't know, that doesn't seem like a horrible trade for Jerry Jones, who has made several bad trades in the last calendar year. So good for him, I guess. Really want somebody one pick ahead of where he was, though.
I was going to say, they clearly want somebody, and they feel the other guy is going to take them. So good for Jera as he continues to assemble a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, something like that. I would go ahead and guarantee you the Cowboys won't win the Super Bowl this year. Is that too strong of a guarantee in April?
So I look at it, I call this my Sergio Garcia kind of theory.
Okay.
I'm going to pick against him in the majors. And then they go, oh, well, he won the Masters. And I'm going to go, so that means that I am now 52-1 in my pick in Sergio Garcia. So let's go with Jera again and say, I don't think so. And if he does, then you're like, well, I'm sorry. My record has now dropped to 32-1 since Barry Switzer left. So, yeah, I don't see it. I don't have a ton of confidence there in what's happening with the boys.
Yeah, I'm still curious if anything will come of, and maybe now that they've traded up, it won't come because we know the details of that trade. But George Pickens signing the franchise tag today, I did not expect that because he seemed very upset with that. But we will see if he ultimately plays there. Now, best available players, according to Mel Kiper, Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, Reuben Bain Jr., who everybody remembers from the college football playoff, the edge rusher from Miami, and Mekhi Lemon from USC as the best receiver on the board, who many viewed as one of, if not the best receiver in tonight's draft. So we will keep an eye on what the Cowboys do at pick 11. That's a team I can't stand.
Yeah, I get it. And it's not just their draft, right? It's like, where do you spend your money? By the time you spend all that money on Dak and you spend all that money on CeeDee Lamb, right? One guy who doesn't seem to be able to win a playoff game, and another guy who every time he goes for 210, then the next game drops 3 balls that drives you insane.
Right.
So his isn't just the draft picks. They've had a bunch of really good draft picks. But the way they spend the money sometimes, and then they don't, I don't know that that's always his, that's one of the problems that comes into it too, is the way he spends and takes care of his people. And right. God bless, Zeke Elliott, but like, they didn't need to pay him that. And you get handcuffed. So he's had some, he's had some drafting success. I don't know that that's always terrible. I think they get in trouble in a lot of other areas.
I think that's a really good point because they're going to have pick 20 tonight because they sent one of the really good draft picks to Green Bay. And Micah Parsons, of course. So that's a good point by you.
And I think in a position that is premium above premium, but listen, when you're 80 and you hold the team, you get to do whatever the hell you want. and he wants to win another Super Bowl before he dies. And right now, I feel like that's a tight race.
I think that's probably a fair evaluation, young man.
Yeah, it's not nice to say, but
I was going to say, as morbid as it is, probably a fair evaluation.
Yeah, I feel like that could go down to the wire, as it were.
Yeah.
So, Packers still have not traded, by the way, if you're looking. I've been kind of keeping an eye here on NFL and ESPN draft icon, ESPN's drafting.com and stuff. And it doesn't appear right now that Packers are in position to have moved up.
Yeah, I am keeping an eye. I'm still holding the faith, but not much of it.
Like, who do you want now? Like, who do you what position would you be worth trading up for?
I'd be corner, and they don't need to do that for a while. Jermod McCoy is the top
Ryan
corner available.
The more he laid it out, I think I want a corner, and then I need another offensive lineman. Like, if he says in that room, Jordan Morgan's a guaranteed starter, in that I need somebody to. And nothing against that guy, but he has not shown yet that he's starting material in the NFL in year 3, and so I may need to have someone else in there that could. Give them a challenge.
Let me ask you a question. 2 picks tomorrow, 2nd round pick, 3rd round pick. If they spent it, I'm just going to give you a fill in the blank question. If the Packers spend either of those picks on blank position, I will be upset.
Well, you got to see who it is, right? Can I get a? Is there going to be a running back of note there that maybe, I don't know, you could. Right, I don't know if there's any position that would annoy me, because you better come around and see it again, right? There's some. Yeah, I don't think there's. But I don't think there's anything that just go like, well, that is just dumb. Quarterback maybe, but what day 2 quarterback sitting there that you're going to do that with the guy you have, Although I did tell somebody today, and maybe I'm wrong, I think Ty Simpson, I think he's a reach if you draft him in the 3rd round. And again, maybe that's just me being meaner than a snake, but there's nothing about him that I love so much that I would go to bat. Oh, let's see what the Cowboys are doing.
Pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs, defensive back, Ohio State.
That makes plenty of sense. Best player available. One of the best defensive backs in this draft.
That secondary is horrible.
Yep. Oh, we watched Jordan Love light him up in a wonderful tie last year.
Yes, we did.
Can we abolish ties? Can we agree on that? Let's abolish ties. I'd rather lose.
I feel like really?
Yes.
The tie got us into the playoffs.
Yeah, I do know that. I was just about to say that. That did help us last year as Packers fans and the team, but it's especially that scenario, John. If you remember, I think it was week 4 of last year. It's Sunday Night Football. It's Micah Parsons' return to Dallas. It's this big thing that got all this build up and all this excitement, and we've got all this juice, and then it lands on a 40-40 tie, and your boy Matt LaFleur doesn't realize the scenario. They don't rush fast enough, and they tie the freaking game. That was the most disappointing non-finish I remember in a long time.
Yeah, there was some coaching things that seemed to be troubling in that game.
So have you lost all faith in Matt LaFleur?
I have lost a ton of faith in Matt LaFleur.
But not all faith.
I think he's very good at designing offense. I think he can coach guys up. He's shown that they've developed guys. There's something missing on game day that doesn't get done. Yeah, I think 6 days a week he's a really good coach. I think the one on Sunday he has shown that he's not a great coach. Mm-hmm. I say this: look at what they do once they get off the script. They're really good, whatever those 15 plays are that they draw up in 20. And after that, remember that Cowboy game? They were doing fine, and then all of a sudden they just could not stop the Cowboys, whatever Halfley was doing, and all of a sudden the Cowboys just decided that, like, the Packers had never seen any of those guys again. So Yeah, those are the things that I just think there's a lot of those things that were red flags and now are actual fires.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
All right. Cowboys go Caleb Downs. What do we got here? We got Miami coming up. We've got, it looks like the Rams. My eyes are bad. I should probably just pull it up in the screen in front of me. The Rams
down
and
there
the
in
Baltimore
Miami, right?
Ravens.
It's our boy Halfley down there. See what he's going to do.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. We'll get back to the Dolphins after the break. I believe Jason Wilde also going to join us after the break, and we can talk about there's going to be a new defense, as John points out. Jeff Halfley, Malik Willis down in Miami. Do they help Malik Willis and that offense out with his first pick as a head coach, and also new Packers defense? I do want to get into that a little bit, as the Packers, at least at this point, as John pointed out 10 minutes ago, still don't have a pick tonight, but maybe that will change as we roll on. Jason Wilde, Dolphins pick, all ahead. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
You may know someone with multiple sclerosis, but you may not know what their day-to-day reality is really like. MS affects nearly 1 million people in the U.S., impacting far more than mobility. MS can affect vision, thinking, energy, and daily life, often in ways others don't see or understand. This MS Awareness Week, take a moment to learn more, share what you learn, and be a champion for people living with MS. Learn more at nationalmssociety.org/awareness.
If you are a junior or senior, a graduating senior, or a parent of a high school basketball player with a goal of playing college basketball, visit the DME Academy Wisconsin program on the beautiful campus of St. John's in Delafield. Training starts in August with top flight coaches, facilities, and academics. You will play against the top players and teams and in front of college coaches across America. Ignite your dream of playing college basketball. Google DME at St. John's Northwestern Academy on the campus of St. John's in Delafield.
This is where neighbors look out for one another, where careers get moving, and families settle in, where local businesses become your favorite go-tos, where making life easier for those around you is just what you do. This is where it all clicks. This is where you belong. Citizens Bank. Bank where you belong. Find your branch at citizensbankwi.bank. Citizens Bank is member FDIC.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with zero warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local family partner on this project. We're here for you. Visit sidingunlimited.com today, but definitely stop by Siding Unlimited's open house on Saturday, April 25th from 9 to 1 p.m.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Josh DiMaggio here for Milwaukee Weight Loss. I've been on this journey since January and have already lost 35 pounds. It's been easy, safe, and their team continued to help me reach my goals. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. And for a limited time, get $200 off the spring special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Results may vary. The Island Resort and Casino welcomes you to another unforgettable golf season at Sweetgrass and Sage Run. Beginning in July, stay and play guests can preview the brand new 9-hole Cedar course, inspired by the golden age of golf. At the island, your golf trip becomes a full resort experience with relaxing spa treatments and exceptional dining to thrilling casino action. Courses open May 1st. Plan your golf adventure today at islandresortgolf.com.
Let's talk about home turf. Your lawn is a reflection of your pride, hard work, and even competitive spirit. If you want a yard that makes the neighbors stop and stare, you need the right plan. That's where Weedman Lawn Care comes in. Weedman's lawn care program is kid and pet friendly, uses golf course quality fertilizer, and has an effective weed treatment to dominate any issue. Get a free quote of Weedman's winning formula for your yard at weedman.com and get 50% off your first treatment. That's weedman.com. Weedman for the win.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. Tune into the Rich Eisen Show weekdays from 12 to 2 right here on 94.5 ESPN.
You're listening to ESPN Milwaukee on 94.5 ESPN and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues as we get an offensive tackle. So Malik Willis gets a little protection at pick 12 from John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley down in Miami. Caden Proctor from Alabama, the offensive tackle, goes to Miami after they trade down one pick with Dallas, acquire a couple more picks. There we await the Los Angeles Rams pick at number 13. Alex Strouf, ESPN, and Wipeout legend John Anderson with you. And joining us from each of our hometown of Green Bay, Wisconsin, from Lambeau Field, is Jason Wilde, the three-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year. Now, Jason, I love you. You're my friend, so I got to check in with you. Are you a little cranky right now? I got a text from you that said the food stand closed. You haven't eaten dinner. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Sydney scored 2 goals in her soccer game today. They won 5-0. Nothing is dragging me down, not even watching John Anderson yawn earlier while he was talking to you.
John, do I make you yawn? Is that my fault, or is that just it's past your bedtime?
I know the feeling. No,
talking
actually,
to I'm yawning just before I get my second wind.
Yeah.
This is, most people have their sinking spell around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Mine goes from about 7 to 8, and then after that, I'm strong right till about 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'm ready to go. Not at
nice. All. We're gonna go all the way to that, so that's perfect.
All right, Jason. We're through 12. We're through 12 picks in the NFL draft. What stands out to you thus far?
Good question. The Chiefs making a bold move and giving up picks to go up and get someone. Again, I found myself thinking as I saw that, all right, how are they viewing this? Are they viewing this as, we've got only so long of a championship window with the players that we have and we like so much and the ones that have won a ton for us? So I thought that was really interesting. You just mentioned the Dolphins. Look, I think John Eric Sullivan's a really bright guy. I've had a lot of conversations with him over the years. Of course, very few of them being allowed to be talking about the actual football decisions that are made here, since they guard all those state secrets very closely, and I would never want to put him in a bad spot, which I don't particularly love, considering they managed to win a Super Bowl with John Schneider and Reggie McKenzie and John Dorsey and Elliott Wolf and Brian Gutekunst telling me lots of things over the years. But I think he's a really sharp guy. I think while they're not going to do everything the Green Bay way, I think that the Green Bay way is a pretty good way to go. It may not win you enough Super Bowls for the fan base, but it'll certainly win you a lot of football games. So I like that pick. Again, I look at the Packers, and the Packers invested a first-round pick a couple of years ago in a left tackle. Never played him at left tackle except in that JV game in Minnesota. Not that there's anything wrong with JV games, by the way. But we're going to find out if they pick the right guy to play left tackle this season. If you get that right, and you have a guy like Chad Clifton, who was a second-round pick, if you have a guy like David Bakhtiari, who was a fourth-round pick, and they can hold that position down for a decade, and you don't have to worry about that, and you don't have to slide protections over there, that changes what you can do offensively. So, I'm very eager to see what the Packers do with Jordan Morgan on that side, and I'm very curious now to see if that helps Malik Willis down in Miami.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as we await pick 13 for the LA Rams. John kind of mentioned it earlier, Jason. I'm curious on your perspective of this, but we've all got our eyes on the NFC teams because it feels like 10 of them could really compete to be in the playoffs or so this upcoming season. The Packers, of course, being one of them, and the Rams are a team that were right there in it. A lot of people for a lot of this season viewed them as one of the best teams in the NFC, in the NFL for a large majority of the season. Obviously, they were one of the last 4 available, and they've got a pretty high pick here at 13. So they're certainly one of the teams that I've got my eye on.
Yeah, I would agree. And obviously the division teams, I think the Lions and the Vikings are back to back, right? At 17 and 18. And then what are the Bears? 24?
25.
25.
Okay. So they're a little bit okay. So that's, we're going to find out a lot about those teams in a not too distant future.
Okay.
But I will admit the NFC team that I was most interested in, just because I love the story, is Arizona. Not only because of Matt LaFleur's brother, but our teammate Jen Latta did a great piece for College Game Day on Jeremiah Love. I don't know him beyond that piece, but I really was taken by his story, and I'm rooting for him from afar. If I ever had to cover him, I would certainly ask him the tough questions. You know that. But and the Rams have selected.
Hold on.
We let the commission.
I know. I was going to stop.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
Moments after John Anderson says he would view Ty Simpson as a reach in the third round, he goes 13th overall to the Rams to be the likely successor to Matthew Stafford whenever that day comes. John Anderson.
Yeah, good for them. And they're thinking that they get Stafford for at least 1 year. I feel like that could be more in a 2-year project. Good for him. I just have seen enough of him. So I watched him play at Alabama, but at no point did I think, wow, he's an overwhelming great quarterback. But I've been wrong on some of those guys before. I've been right on some of them before, right? I didn't think Jake Locker was any good. I didn't think the guy at A&M that went to Miami, Tannehill, was going to be much of a player. The guy that the Titans tried to draft out of Kentucky.
Will Levis. Mayo in his
Will
coffee.
Levis.
Mayo in his coffee,
Will
yes.
Levis was lousy, and he was. Osweiler, I thought, was terrible, and he was. So I just don't see any of him that I see physically gifted. And at Alabama, you win a lot of games just walking out of the locker room. So we'll see what happens.
Wow.
But look at that. Nice. Touch the logo. So good for him.
Well, yeah, the Schefter reporting that the Rams called Matthew Stafford today to inform them that they were planning to draft Ty Simpson. So this has been the plan all along for Les Snead, Sean McVay, and company. That is interesting to me.
The fact that they had a first-round pick is interesting. They've had a couple now. They've been all right with them. So but the two guys you mentioned there, right? The coach and GM combo there, I trust those guys, and so we shall see. And so as long as they went and told Stafford, he probably won't be mad. Aaron Rodgers is probably mad for him.
Good pop. Good pop.
That was extremely well played. Yeah. So I'm still waiting for you to get to the quarterbacks you were wrong about. Like Tannehill was okay, but he certainly wasn't great, right? Who were the quarterbacks that you were wrong on?
I didn't think Bo Nix was any good at all. He was horrible at Auburn, and then when he went up and
he was okay at Oregon, obviously.
Oregon for a year, and I didn't think he was any good. And he's been.
I'm still not sure. I don't. Do we know? Now wait a minute. Now do we know how good he is? Because we tend to crown these. Okay, all right. Because
I didn't think he would be a playoff guy.
Okay, well, all right. So we'll give you that one as being wrong, but the rest of those guys you mentioned, you were right about all of them. This is interesting because I have always poked fun at this idea that more teams should do what the Packers did at quarterback and draft a guy and then let him sit for 3 years. Yeah, you can only do that if you have a Hall of Famer. Well, the Rams have a Hall of Famer. Now, I don't know how much longer he intends to play.
I don't know that they have 3 years is the issue.
They might have 2. They might only have 1, which is better than none. And obviously he has to stay healthy because the other problem is if that's your plan and then the guy has to play because the Hall of Famer in front of him got hurt, which did not happen to Love in 20, 21, and 22, and didn't happen to Rodgers in 05, 06, 07. It happened briefly in that 07 game in Dallas. It happened in that 22 game in Philly for 9 passes for Jordan Love. But ideally, your guy stays healthy. And I don't know, Matthew Stafford's durability as he's gotten older has obviously gotten a little bit of a challenge for him. So I'm intrigued by that, but I'm team John Anderson on that. That feels like a reach to me. But this is what you do when you know that you have a quarterback now and you know you won't have him forever, or you don't have a quarterback at all and you do desperate things like take J.J. McCarthy at 10 overall.
That's very true. It's worth pointing out, though, the Rams have typically been the screw them picks team, haven't they? They haven't had a lot of first-round picks in past years. Now, I just saw this tweet from Schefter. The last 2 times the Rams have used a first-round pick and an offensive player, 2016, Jared Goff, 2026, Ty Simpson. Those are the last 2 offensive players they've drafted in the first round. Now, granted, they haven't had a ton of first-round picks. They traded one earlier this offseason for Trent McDuffie, who winds up both of the Chiefs' starting corners from last year are now in Los Angeles, and now they add what they hope to be their quarterback of the future. That's, I would say that's probably the most surprising pick of the night, other than maybe Carnell Tate, 4th overall to Tennessee. But Ty Simpson, 13th overall, is much earlier than I anticipated.
Listen, just go look at the position in general. At how hard it is to pick who's there. Go take all these guys that have been drafted in the last 10 years and tell me any of them that have been, great. Like Dak is a really service coach, but he wasn't a first-round pick. They found him later. C.J. Stroud's been one that's been pretty good. Took a while for Trevor Lawrence to come around. We'll see if that sticks. But there's a bunch of other guys that you're just like Drake May's better than I thought he was. I didn't think any UNC quarterback that's been any good, right? They have a list of quarterbacks that were busts that came out of there. So there's a couple of them, but it's just a hard position. And the more you watch guys, as much as, you give people about, I had a friend saying, how are you on the Aaron Rodgers watch this year? I'm like, it's like all of them. Just wake me up when it's over. But you can see the value of that guy because he can play the position, and there just aren't many guys that can play the position, let alone play it with sort of the nuance and the smarts with Aaron Rodgers. That guy could, he'll have the job forever if he wants it.
Yeah, very true. All right, Jason, coming up next, I do want to get into what's going on in the building. You're at Lambeau Field. I want to dive into no first-round pick. What's going on at Lambeau Field tonight? We will dive into that with our buddy Jason Wilde, John Anderson, Alex Strouf with you. Thanks for coming along for the ride with us, as Jason often says. On a night where the Packers, at least as of now, do not have a pick in the top 32, we will continue on. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know you love working weekends. If it means working on your dream home, both inside and out. And we're here to help protect those dreams so you can enjoy peace of mind. Save up to 40% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products, pricing, and availability vary based on the way you purchase insurance and by state. Some exclusions apply. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. 414-240-2298.
Look, it's Jake from our store in Kenosha.
Hi, Monica. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Rick.
Your email said you had a big surprise.
Look and tell me what you see.
Wow, I see 9 perfect examples of the classic diamond solitaire engagement ring.
They're gorgeous.
These rings are exactly what people imagine when they hear the words engagement ring.
Monica, do you think it will always be like that?
Evermore.
That long?
And each of these is 3/4 of a carat.
$998.
Unbelievable. So how much do we sell them for?
That is how much we sell them for.
Can we do that?
We're the largest employee-owned jewelry company in America, Rick. We can do anything we want.
But for how long?
Evermore.
People can choose any of the 9 most popular style solitaires, 3/4 of a carat, and each of them was created in the heart of a miniature star.
5 different diamond shapes, 2 colors of gold. Evermore, just $998.
Or $14.98 with 1 carat diamond center with diamonds on the side.
Learn more at KesslersDiamonds.com.
I'm Coach Greg Gard, and I've spent my career teaching young men the fundamentals of basketball: preparation, hard work, teamwork. But here's what else I've learned. Those fundamentals don't apply just to the court. They apply to life, and they apply to your finances. That's why I believe in Bank CMG. They're a community bank built on the same values, helping people prepare for the future, building wealth one smart decision at a time, and staying rooted right here in Wisconsin. Success doesn't happen by accident. It takes a game plan, it takes discipline, and it takes a partner who understands your goals. Whether you're saving for your family, buying a home, or planning for retirement, Bank CMG has your back. They're not just here to handle your money, they're here to help you grow it. Visit bankcmg.com or stop by your local branch. Let's get to work.
Bank CMG is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
Homer here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open? They leak or crack or need repairing? Again? During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off, plus you could get 0 interest for 5 years. And as a proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers, ask how you could score a pair of Brewers tickets. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is your home. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
We don't just cover the green and gold. We cover the green and gold. Your home for Green Bay football talk on 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube channel, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. Alex Strouf, John Anderson, 3-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year, Jason Wilde hanging out with you as we're about halfway through the first round of the draft. This coming in on Twitter from Running for Daylight. John Anderson speaks wisdom. He played under Bart Starr, Forrest Gregg, and Lindy Infante. So he knows about bad coaching.
Oh. So is that someone being incredibly funny? Or is that someone who actually believes he is the former linebacker who seemingly was always wearing a cast on his arm?
I don't know, because text is hard to understand tone through, but I honestly think it's the latter.
Hold up your arm. Are you wearing a cast right now? Because then that would clarify everything.
Don't you remember he broke his arm like three years in a row? So finally, he just patted that thing up every Sunday. It was like, we're not,
Huh.
And in fairness, he did go into television.
For a while, he did. Yeah, he was there. Didn't I tell you that, Jared?
You're a few years younger than him, though, aren't you?
So, yeah, I am. Oh, yeah. I was in 8th or 9th grade when he was drafted and played a lot. This is a true story. I thought I've told you, and if I'm repeating it, it's okay because I think it's funny. So I applied for a job in Milwaukee at the station he's working at. And they said, would you consider changing your name?
Oh.
Because we have a John Anderson. And I said to the guy, sure, how about Bart Starr? And I thought that was immensely
I love
funny.
that story.
And I never heard back from the guy. He did not obviously think I was funny.
I think that's
So-
very
I've
funny.
heard that story. It is a phenomenal, very funny story, and
True.
that guy
Yeah.
had no sense of humor whatsoever.
None.
So that's. I'm sorry that was wasted, but I'm glad that you bring it out every so often so people can hear it, and so I can hear it again because I laugh every single time I hear it.
Crazy that it's that. It's just these things happen. But he was a really good player for a long time for the Packers. He played.
He was
played a long time.
12 years. He was a first round draft pick. They had 2 that year that was really good.
All right, Jason, bring us up to speed. What's going on in the building tonight, even though the Packers don't have a pick?
Yeah, I do have breaking news from inside the building. And this is, the Lord works in mysterious ways, because had the food not ended prematurely, got up there at 7:55, was supposed to go till 8:30. Had that not happened, I would not have had the biggest scoop of draft night here at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. Jonathan Gannon works here.
Wow!
I saw him in the hallway.
You met him.
I didn't meet him. I just saw him. He was
It
walking
exciting?
with. It was very exciting. It was. He was walking with Doug Collins, their chief of security, and a few other folks from the staff, and I was walking back with my stack of 3 cookies because that was the only thing they had left to eat. And there he was walking down the hallway. So I said hi to Doug, and I think Jonathan said hello to me, even though he doesn't know who I am. And I had my hands full. I was carrying some items from my previous office that I had forgotten up there. So I did not stop and introduce myself. But I can confirm.
Wow.
He was wearing a black Packers crew neck sweatshirt. I'm not a crew neck guy personally. I'm a hoodie guy. But he had the black crew neck Packers sweatshirt. And he made his way through the tunnel. I don't know where he was going, but I have confirmation that it's like Greta Garbo. He works here, and I have seen him now. And now I just look forward to talking to him in a more formal setting than the hallway, and him saying hello and me not really responding.
That is a wonderful confirmation that we've all been waiting for almost, 3 months at this point. So that's big news. I had a commenter yesterday on Mr. Irrelevant, Jason. Compare Jonathan Gannon to Lene Kakua. That, of course.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That, of course, is
Yeah, that's not bad.
Teo's fake girlfriend.
Yes, indeed. Yes. I've seen a lot of that lately. Look, I would say this, and I have said this to Jason Wallers, who's the VP in charge of public relations, and I have a really good working relationship with him. I like him as a guy. I understand that he's probably up against some challenges from the people that are in those positions of power in this building. I don't think Matt LaFleur has a particular interest in talking to us very often. I know Goody doesn't. And so I don't really see them pushing Jonathan Gannon to do so. And so I totally get it. Like, I don't blame him. I just think it's I will give this speech one more time, and then we can stop talking about it. But if you are going to be so proud and brag so much and market yourself so frequently as being owned by the community, you should be held to a higher standard than, say, the Miami Dolphins when it comes to connecting with your community through the media. So I don't like it. It was a fun joke, not as funny as the "Can I change my name to Bart Starr" story, but it was nice to see Jonathan in the building, and I look forward to talking to him sometime in July.
I hope it's before
So
July.
they still have not had a media availability with him?
No, they have not. Which again, I want to be clear. I think that comes from the top, and my hope, I really think I understand there are Packers fans, and look, I don't like complaining about media availability, right? Because that's like me complaining about the food, which I've also done. I got to do now is complain about my travel. All I got to do is complain about my travel, and I've hit the trifecta of sports writer complaining. But what I would say is it does matter, because I do take the job of being the conduit to the fans seriously. And there's a lot of fans that want to hear from him. That's all. And so, again, we still do the shows. I still write stories. But, they had Jeff Hafley available about a week after they hired him. I'm not sure why they didn't do this with him. But, again, I look forward to talking to all those guys. I'm very intrigued by, and here's the reason why I'm so interested. I really want to know what are they going to do defensively? Because the previous guy, I understand they gave up 307 yards to Baltimore on the ground. I understand that they gave up 25 fourth quarter points to Chicago in the playoff game. So there are blemishes on the Jeff Hafley record. They failed to get the turnovers that they emphasized so heavily that they installed red lights and a siren in their meeting room to celebrate them. But they had a pretty damn good defense the last 2 years under that guy. That's why he's now the coach of the Miami Dolphins. So finding out more about this defense and understanding what the philosophy is, what the plan is, how they're going to use people, I think fans want to and frankly deserve to know about that.
All right, we await the Lions and the Vikings, the next two picks on the board for the NFL Draft. The Lions pick is in at number 17. The Vikings coming up at number 18. Just to catch you up on what we may have missed, pick 15, Reuben Bain Jr., the edge rusher from Miami, falls all the way to 15th in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Pick 16 is the first tight end, the reigning Big Ten tight end of the year, which is strange to say because he attended Oregon. Kenyon Sadiq goes pick number 16 to the Jets. There you go. There's your Oregon pop. Jason, your first Oregon pop of the night.
Yeah, he's a good player. That's why he went 16th overall. I've seen him play more than a few times. So now we're into the really interesting section of the draft for us, right? It's the Lions, the Vikings, the Panthers, oh my, neither here nor there. And then it's the Cowboys.
With the Packers pick.
With the pick that the Packers would have. And then it's the Steelers with Big Mike. So these 5 picks these are the window that I had been looking forward to right here, right now.
So we will await the Lions and Vikings picks. We'll probably break between those two, and then we'll take you through the rest of those picks, and then we get into the could the Packers trade up territory tonight. Jason, do you think there's any possibility they're trading up back into the first round?
I would never say never. You know that. My name is not Steve the Homer True, who likes to... I feel like I broke him of his 0% policy. Like he now will never say there's a 0% chance. But again, that's a sliding scale. But I think what's his new thing now? Out of $100, how much would I bet?
Yes, that is his new thing.
He does like $3. I would say I would bet 34 cents. That the Packers move up. So that leaves me with the possibility that could still happen, but not a very high possibility.
So what you were saying is there is a less than a 1% chance.
That is what I'm saying, yes. Gosh, you're smart. Where did you go to school again?
The Harvard of the Midwest. UW
Missouri?
Stevens Point.
No,
Harvard of the Midwest.
The Harvard of Midwest Wisconsin.
I'm not going to respond to that one.
That's actually, you're having quite a show. I don't know where the hell everybody else is, but you are killing it.
No, I'm just sitting here because we don't have a pick. I don't know if anybody noticed that, and so that makes the show more difficult. So, and I'm intrigued by the sighting of Gannon, which is like, since it's only once, I'm like literally like, are you on medication? Are you sure you saw him? You hadn't eaten, and so you could have been lightheaded. Like I want to make sure that we saw what we saw.
It was definitely him. I thought it was interesting that when he walked by, he said, pew, 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 which I thought was a nice touch. No, he didn't really do that. He did not.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, so is he? Can we compare him to Bigfoot? Or we've actually seen him now, so no more Bigfoot comparisons.
No, I mean, look. I have a good friend who works for the Cardinals, and so I'm not. I definitely don't want to be trashing Jonathan Gannon because I know that he was. After they hired him, I went back on the Cardinals website and watched some press conferences, and look, they had lost 11 in a row by the end of the year.
It was a lot.
Like they went 3-14. I'm not expecting him to be Nikki Glazer up there at the podium. So I get it. but I don't know what to expect from him, from me being able to better do my job, so fans can be better informed. Jeff Hafley was great at that, so he's a tough act to follow.
Here we go with the Detroit Lions pick in the first round.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
All right, so there you go. And an offensive tackle out of Clemson, Blake Miller, the pick for Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. I would imagine to pair with Penei Sewell, one of the best tackles in football. So good pick from what I can tell. I don't know what else to make of it. Line is always good, has kind of been the theme of our conversation tonight, John. And Detroit taking a page out of that book.
Build the offensive line, get more guys. Played for Dabo, so he's probably a kneecap biter. He'll get in there and he'll scrap like they want him to. But like every time you pick a lineman on either side of the ball, it's really a tough pick to ever go, oh yeah, that was terrible, right? Like it's just the safest thing. It is. We're not going to go for the green on the par five. We're going to lay up and we're going to be able to hit a wedge in there, right? I don't think there's ever a bad decision where somebody went, oh, an offensive lineman, what will we do with him? So build it up. And to Brian's point earlier tonight, where he's like, the Lions are at their best when they want to run the ball and kind of maul people. And so that seems to fit the profile of what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And, if I had to make a rousing prediction, I would imagine the Packers will probably dip into that pool more than once with their 8 picks that they have scheduled right now.
Be curious to see what the Vikings are going to do here as they bathe the crowd in Pittsburgh in purple.
Well, you're about to find out.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end, Florida.
So there you go. Defensive line. Line for the Lions and the Vikings. Certainly beefing up both sides, a side each, for the Lions, they go offensive line with the tackle out of Clemson, Blake Miller, and the Vikings go with the defensive tackle out of Florida, Caleb Banks, who will be paired against Aaron Banks. I don't think there's any relation there, but there you go for the Vikings at pick 18, and we await the next couple of picks, Panthers, Cowboys, Steelers, your next 3, as we are getting closer to the Packers pick that they don't own, the Dallas Cowboys at pick 20.
No, they don't. Now the Philadelphia Eagles own it.
Oh, well, there you go. The Eagles have traded up. We will get the details of that trade, and we will get the details of what the Panthers do at 19. We will take a break here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Come back with more as we get into the 20s. This draft is flying by with the 8-minute picks. More right after this on ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
The Green Bay Packers select.
It's officially draft week, and ESPN Wisconsin is your home for everything you need to know.
If there are going to be teams that are interested in moving up to get a specific player, that feels to me to be exactly what Goody needs.
From the first pick to the final name called, we've got it all. Thursday to Saturday, live and local with wall-to-wall coverage. 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, or ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this, and Summit Credit Union's got you.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
Swing and a miss. It is a career-high 9th strikeout for Riley Peterson.
Catch Riley and the Milwaukee Panthers baseball team as they take on Wright State at Franklin Field. The series starts on Friday at 3 p.m. Then bring out the family on Saturday at 2 for Senior Day, featuring a special senior citizen ticket offer and free tailgate blankets. Plus, kids can run the bases and get free tickets. The series concludes on Sunday at 1 p.m. $10 tickets are available at mkepanthers.com. Panther Athletics for the MKE.
Planning a high-level event shouldn't feel overwhelming. I'm Tiara Gomez, founder of Events by Design. For over 25 years, we've helped companies turn complex, high-pressure events into seamless, unforgettable experiences. When trying to engage your team and pull off something meaningful, the details matter. From concept to execution, we design every event so it reflects your vision and delivers real impact. No missed moments, just refined experiences people will remember. Let's start designing today. Search online, Events by Design.
$2.3 million. A recent Schwab survey of Americans says that it takes $2.3 million to be wealthy. Well, you may have had your financial plan set on a bigger or a more humble number. But if you're looking for added insights on how to get there or how to avoid some tax pitfalls on the way, Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen. Mark Tauscher here, and whether your situation is complex or simple, the Annex Wealth Management team can give you wealth expertise and guidance on reaching your goals. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Don't let a busted garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geist today. For 70 years, Geist has been the trusted garage door authority in Wisconsin. With brands like CHI and LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to get your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to geistdoors.com. That's GEIS doors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield, featuring hundreds of doors and openers and their custom design room.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
When you work smart, incredible things can happen. By joining Smart 18, the union for Wisconsin sheet metal workers, you'll open the door to a brighter future. You'll learn and earn more. Enjoy awesome benefits across the board. Build a great career and feel empowered and supported every step of the way. The smartest career decision you'll ever make starts with Smart 18. Find out more today at smart18info.com.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis. To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today.
Kyle Broston Nortman, KBN.
The results speak for themselves, and either you're going to jump on board or you're going to find out why they are who they are.
On 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Alex Strouf, John Anderson, Jason Wilde with us live from Lambeau Field at his new office. Maybe we'll get a new office tour at some point tonight. No tour? You're anti-tour?
Nothing to see. Nothing to see here. There's nothing here.
Well, what's in there?
It's like a dentist office.
Well, you had to. I saw on Facebook you're selling like a couch from your last office.
It's gone already. Sold it. $75. Boom. Right in the girls' college funds. It's a beautiful thing. They can almost afford to go to Missouri now.
Wow. All because of a Lambeau Field couch. I feel like you could up price that a little bit because of where it was.
I found one of the legs to be a little wobbly. You could get a brand new one for $215 on Wayfair. So I thought it was a fair price.
Okay, fair enough.
Who is the most famous person that sat on that couch?
That's a great question.
It is a great question because it was added to the office after the end of the Aaron Rodgers show. So he never sat on it. That is where we did the show for 4 years. Let's see. Randall Cobb came up there at one point. Who was the tight end? Not Martellus Bennett. Lance Kendricks from Wisconsin. I interviewed him. I was going to start like I was thinking about maybe a podcast would have been fun, but you had to lay down like you were at a therapist session, and then I would sit smoking a pipe in a chair next to it and asking probing questions. Like, how does that make you feel that you're third on the depth chart behind John Anderson and Alex Strouf and see how that went, but that never materialized.
All right, couple of cleanup points. Pick 19 to the Carolina Panthers, offensive tackle out of Georgia's Monroe Freeling. Pick 20 to the Eagles. Dontavian Wicks is going to have some competition. Wide receiver out of USC, Mekhi Lemon, goes to Philadelphia. Obviously, the new landing spot for Dontavian Wicks, who was traded there just a week and a half ago. So stacking up that wide receiver room tells me A.J. Brown may not be there for long.
Well, I feel like that had been reported for a very long time. I can't find the tweets that indicated that, though.
Yeah, I can't either. It seems like that Twitter account went away today. I don't know who we could be referring to, but beyond me.
I don't know, but none of those guys are
that's
A.J. Brown.
It's a tough deal. No, but maybe they're also not A.J. Brown.
Jason, what's a tough deal? The A.J. Brown situation's a tough deal?
No, the other thing, like I don't want to get into that. I would say this. We all fall short in different ways, right? So I don't love it when people are celebrating someone's precipitous downfall the way many are. But at the same time, we're all responsible for our behavior, and you have brought this largely on yourself. So I see both sides of that.
You think the Patriots could trade out of pick 31 for a low price tonight? Keep him away from a microphone?
I feel like, so did he release another statement today,
Yeah,
Mike Vrabel? Because now I'm...
Okay, so we said we didn't want to get into it. We're going to get into it at least just a touch because it is the biggest story in the NFL aside from the draft, and it kind of has something to do with the draft. So he did that weird press conference Tuesday. More pictures come out from the New York Post early this morning. Last night, they must have given him a heads up like, hey, we've got this picture of you guys seemingly smooching from 6 years ago. He releases that statement last night that he's going to be checking into counseling. Mike Vrabel, this is the head coach of the New England Patriots. And then today, right before the draft
TMZ's got one now of him at like a casino with her.
Yeah,
after he got fired in Tennessee too.
Yep. Super Bowl weekend in Mississippi, which I don't know if you guys know this. There's never been a Super Bowl in Mississippi. And so he comes out and does a press conference right before the draft tonight and effectively just says he needs to step away for his family this weekend. It almost seemed like a do-over of the press conference from earlier in the week.
Okay. I can tell you this. I'd be going to work because Paula would want nothing to do with me.
That's a fair point.
So
he might be sleeping at work. So anyway,
pick 21. I got that couch.
So yeah, it's hard because it's hard because Diana Rossini I consider a pretty darn good friend, and so it's tough to watch people go through that. It was a lively debate in our class, however, when we discussed some of that because I don't know if people can divorce themselves from the morality of it, but the way the guy is treated in this and the way the woman is treated in this is a sort of class study. I don't know. It's entirely gender-based thing, right? There's larger discussions to be talked about with insiders. But I also think, Jason, don't you I say this all the time. Part of the job is, yes, you cultivate relationships and you have stuff. I think there are confidences that you keep with sources and people. And so at what point are you ethically compromised if you're like, okay, or some of the things and you're like, is that relevant to them playing football for the Green Bay Packers? I don't know that it is, so, but it's been an interesting case study in that I think despite the fact that Vrabel says the situation is laughable, I don't think anybody's chuckling that much. No. He'll come back from this easy enough. And she's going to have a long road back. And I don't know, how much can you put on this guy when your owner got caught basically for solicitation?
Correct. I was just going to say that.
How does he come down and go, well, we demand this from him when, and the NFL did a great job of sweeping that under the rug. They just waited that one out like it went away. But, what moral high ground does Bob Kraft have to say, well, you need to go do, so none of it's very pretty.
So as a journalism professor, I think you've got a really good perspective and a conversation to be had. Because look, first of all, I've been very lucky in my career. Nowhere that I have worked have I had to play the game at the level that these guys have to play the game, right? There was a tweet, I don't know who it was today. It was one of the insiders. Like they posted something about the Cowboys conversation with David Mulaga, the agent, and they like included like his 8x10 glossy glamour shots photo of the agent in the tweet, which I was like, that's a lovely photo of David. I that's nice. But like you could certainly have conversations about the ethics of that stuff. And you should, quite frankly, in classes. Now, there's a couple of different versions of this that I'd be curious about. I would be curious if it was a male reporter and a female coach, for one, right? Because I think that is, to me, this is, look, people cheat on their spouses. That is not breaking news. For me, I've been much more interested in the journalism side of this because I think for her, even, and again, I feel bad. I have said this to other people, not just to you because you're friends with her, but I do feel bad for what this has done to her career. Now, again, I don't know what their strategy was and how they responded to the initial photos, but it did not seem like a sound one. But to me, the greater question is, if you're trying to do a job where you can't get your credibility back and you can't get your ethics back, like, look, there was someone who covered this team with much acclaim who essentially blackmailed sources at times. I mean, that didn't make TMZ or Page Six, but that's unethical too. And so I look at, as I watch this from a reporter's perspective as opposed to just the salacious clickbait perspective, that's where I come down on, does the snowball keep rolling downhill so fast and get so much momentum that you can no longer stop it? That kind of thing. Because look, I've certainly had times where, I've kept something in confidence that I should have reported. I'll be honest, I struggle with, I knew that there was something amiss with Ted Thompson. And I think a number of us did. What was my journalistic ethical obligation versus the privacy of his personal health and the fact that he was probably still working a year, if not more, after he probably should have stepped aside. On the same token, there's an old there's some old saying about you retire and then that I don't know, it's clever and I'm not clever, so I can't remember it. But I will be honest, I had a strong affinity for Ted Thompson because he was an extremely ethical man and I respected that about him. But if I didn't like him as much as I did, would I have done that story sooner? Right? Like, did I fail my readers? Did I not do my duty as a reporter to report what I knew? So the one group of people that I would take issue with over all this are the holier than thous that would suggest that they would never do this or they would never make this mistake, because we may not make the exact mistake, but we've all made mistakes in this job. And we all have to live with the consequences of those mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, you run into a lot of these things. The point you talked about, Ted, I think back about when Arthur Ashe's condition came out with AIDS, and he was essentially, the paper said, we know this now and we're going to tell it. And so he had to go jump and get in front of it. And you're like, wow, I can't believe I am forced at the time when the AIDS stigma was everything, and
Right.
It turns out his blood transfusion. But, and he had said at the time, which I thought was still telling, or if you read his book, Days of Grace, when he said, I had been protected for a long time by a generous conspiracy of friends and people who knew and chose not to do that, which included people in the media that were, and especially when it becomes a health thing, you're like, wow, is that going to be, Like, that's young daughter, and the stigma of that, like, is that right for the paper to have done that? And they went with it. And so now his hand is forced and what have you, so you run into those all the day. I tell my students, I run into that here with our athletic directors. I've told more than one, like, I have access to them in ways that other people don't. And so I'm like, whether it's right or wrong, okay, I will not pry you for information. But if I find some out, then I'm going to come to you and you just better tell me the truth, yes or no, instead of going, well, protect me. So that's sort of, and I don't know that if that's the right policy or the best policy, but that's the one I've sort of developed with them, is that, I'm not going to, just go run rampant every time something happens. Like, give me the inside of every single coaching search. I feel like I know enough other people that I can get to the information without having but once I find it out, I just ask that you tell me that I'm right or wrong, and that's okay. So a lot of stuff. It's an ugly thing. And to Jason's point a little bit here, right? People have a hard time divorcing the morality out of it. That just go like, let's just talk about what's actually happened here. And so it's and then regardless what happens, you're like, oh, there's a friend and that person's struggling, and that's, they got paparazzi parked out in their front yard. That's a bummer, So.
Interesting discussion from you two, as obviously I mentioned. I mean,
take us out of that, Strouf. What do you got?
I'm not going to chime in on journalistic ethics.
Who did Mike McCarthy pick? Dang it!
I don't think I'm the most qualified of the panel to discuss journalistic ethics, but we will get back to the NFL draft. Big Mike drafted an offensive lineman out of Arizona State. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Max, last name, offensive tackle out of Arizona State. Chargers go edge rusher out of Miami, Akeem Mesidor, and the Cowboys are back on the clock here at pick 23. We will catch you up on all things NFL draft. Mark Tauscher going to join us in about 20 minutes. Are we going to have a late night Wilde and Tauscher, or do you have to depart us at some point?
I have to file a report for the 10 p.m. newscast on WISC TV3 in Madison after the Bears selection. So I am taking copious notes here of the picks that have been made in the division, because that's all I have to talk about is who other teams picked, because certainly the Packers are not picking one.
Well, I believe we started this conversation by me saying maybe the Patriots get out of pick 31 and Goody pulls a rabbit.
That is how we started.
So maybe you can throw that report in the trash and they have a pick at 31. We will all find out together. John Anderson, Jason Wilde, Alex Strouf with you. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on right after this.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, better. Swing into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for the $300,000 Big League Series. Just play with your rewards card over 3 months to earn entries. Here's the lineup. Leading off April, on deck May, in the hole June. All monthly entries you earn will roll into drawings on Friday, June 26th, where you could win cash, free play, or one of 3 new Toyota vehicles. It's the $300,000 Big League Series, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Got your tax refund? Before it mysteriously disappears, invested in something you'll actually see every day. Your home. At Exterior Pros and Baths, turn that refund into energy-efficient windows, durable roofing, new siding, or a beautiful bath remodel. And they'll take it even further with $3,000 off your project. That's $3,000 in instant savings during the April savings event. But don't wait, this offer won't last long. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com today. Exterior Pros and Baths. Big savings done right.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Hey, Hey, this is Jen Latta. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick, the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020, and the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
Select.
Jordan Love.
Tucker Kraft. Edgerrin Cooper. Linebacker.
Quarterback.
Tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage. Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Offices One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Alongside ESPN legend John Anderson and Green and Gold Hall of Famer Bryan Bulaga. Here's Alex Strouf.
So Coach Bulaga had to depart us to coach in a flag football game, a rain-out makeup. I do have a final score for Jason Wilde and John Anderson. 61-6.
Yeah, you knew he was going to go run it. He was ready to put the wood to somebody. You could tell.
You could tell he was itching.
I don't think he wants to run up the score, but what are we going to do? We can't take a knee. Got to give the kids a chance to play.
61-6. That's a blowout, man. That's a blowout.
Yeah. The fact he tried to go for 2 in the last touchdown is probably sad, but no, I'm just kidding.
He beat him.
Yeah, no kidding. Beat him. I like that. It's good. Jason Wilde going to join us for this is his final segment, unless we get the Packers back in the first round. Then he'll rejoin us. But with 10 picks remaining in the draft, 10 picks to go. We've got 22 down, 10 to go in the first round of the NFL draft before the Packers scheduled to pick for the first time tomorrow at pick 52. We await to see if Goody's got a trick up his sleeve. But, Jason, what's on your mind as we get close to the end of day one and get ready for some Packers action day 2? Obviously, a pick in both round 2 and 3 tomorrow. What's on your mind when it comes to Green Bay?
Yeah, I'm curious if they add someone who can compete to play right away, for one. And obviously, that'll depend in part on which positions they select. I can't. Was I having this? Who was I having this conversation with today? I had a lot of conversations today. But the idea that I don't think they can go wrong with a position, but they can certainly go wrong with a player, right? And my point is that if they draft offensive line, if they draft defensive line, if they draft corner, if they draft, in my opinion, tight end too, because as much as you love Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave's going into last year's contract. They played other people ahead of him last year after Kraft got hurt. That you would love to have a 1-2 punch of tight ends like they were supposed to be, that it hasn't really materialized. So those 4 positions, especially, to me anyway, those are the 4 needs: offensive line, defensive line, corner, and tight end. And if that's the case, I like their starting 22. You've heard me say that a bunch. So that I haven't changed on that. But there's no way, unless they are playing flag football for Bryan Bulaga, that they're going to get through the entire season without injuries. It's just a different deal. And so they have to have better depth. And I just, look, I know Goody's not going to get up there and say, guys, our depth sucks. We're not a deep team. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking, but man, our depth stinks. Like, I don't expect him to say that, but I just fundamentally disagree with him when he says that he feels good about his depth. I don't see that at the positions I mentioned. I just don't. And, I don't even know how good I feel about their starting 5 on the offensive line, especially with Zach Tom, who is their best offensive lineman. We got to confirm finally that he underwent the surgery on his patellar tendon. Like, that's not a fun injury to come back from. It's different than an ACL, but he will miss the. It looked like he was lifting with Tucker Kraft in one of the photos that the this is what we're relegated to because they didn't make the players available either. Oh, who was in the pictures on the team website? So I think there's a lot of needs here because they are not going to be able to stay healthy. If they can stay healthy like that 2014 team did, that Bryan was on, that's why that loss in Seattle, in addition to all the train wreck mistakes they made in that game, was so devastating because they were a damn healthy football team in the postseason. The quarterback had a torn calf, but other than that, they were really healthy. And when you have that is so rare to be that healthy that late in the year, you got to take advantage of it. And if they're able to stay that healthy this year, I like their chances. If they don't, and they lose the wrong people again like they did last year, I think it can get dicey, to be sure.
Yeah.
What position does a draft pick have the best chance of coming in to start?
I think corner, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I like, and Strouf likes Carrington Valentine maybe more than some other people do. You know, he had a pick in that playoff game. I think people forgot that. You know, he also, you know, he can't make the kind of mistakes he's made in tackling. There's been some pretty glaring ones that don't look good on the TV copy, so you can imagine how bad they look when the coaches are reviewing the film.
Hey, just watch the Baltimore game alone.
Right. That's the first game you think of. By the way, the Bears are now on the clock, it appears. Look, I think it's there. You know, again, I don't know what Anthony Belton is. I just think about him the way I think about other rookies who played a fair amount their first year. It's one thing to play well as a rookie. It's another thing to play well, period. And so he's got to elevate how he performs. So there's a number of them that I'm looking at.
Corner is the one that seems to be the most obvious position to me. But the one that, and you kind of just mentioned it a bit there, the one where I go, there really is no competition right now, is the offensive line. You've got your five, and Goody talked about this the other day, but what he did was just name names. He didn't say, oh, I like Jacob Monk to the point where I think
he got one of them wrong.
Yeah, right. Donovan Jennings. He called him Dominic Jennings. Donovan Jennings, of course, his real name. Now, but it's not like we're viewing Jacob Monk, who I think at one point when they drafted him, Jason, they viewed him as maybe the center of the future once Josh Myers left. Mm-hmm. They haven't played him there outside of the JV game that you often refer to in Week 18 against Minnesota. It feels like it's the five, and then it's everybody else. They bring back Darian Kennard, but it's not like he's competing for the left tackle job. They would put him in for an injured player and then try to replace him with somebody else the next week all season because they had a slew of injuries across the offensive line. So that's actually the group where I'm intrigued to see how many picks they make there. Like I said earlier, I imagine they're going to make at least 2 of their 8 picks will be focused on the offensive line because they just lack real depth. And look, every NFL team in the league looks at their offensive line and probably doesn't go, oh, you know who I like is my 7th offensive lineman. Everybody wants better backups. Right. Everybody wants more depth. Mm-hmm. But the Packers certainly lack that. And according to Mike Clay's research this week, the Packers have the 27th best starting 5, which is, by the way, bottom 5. Or bottom 6, I guess, would be the math.
Yeah. Look, I would argue that your offense goes, this is not revolutionary thinking. Many smarter people than I have said this, but it's great that you got a bunch of wide receivers you like. It's great that you believe your quarterback is a top 5 quarterback. I think he still has to prove that, but I think he's a very good quarterback. It doesn't matter that Tucker Kraft's a stud. It doesn't matter. I mean, poor Josh Jacobs, like he played hurt last year, and once again, much more yardage coming after contact than before contact. It would be nice to get him a little bit of space once in a while. If their offensive line sputters, it can cause some major problems that ripple through the rest of their offensive line. And that's why where they're at there concerns me. And then, look, if your corners don't play well, things can get really ugly in a hurry, even if you have a star pass rusher like Micah Parsons, because who else do they have? Like, the next guy that I feel most confident in is Brenton Cox.
Yeah.
Even more so than Lucas Van Ness. And so, again, it's not like I felt this incredible confidence in Rashawn Gary, but I would say this, I would feel a little bit better about their pass rush if they still had J.J. Enagbare. But they don't.
I totally agree with that. Real quick, speaking of confidence in Rashawn Gary, I don't know how much the Dallas Cowboys have. At pick 23, they draft an edge rusher out of UCF, Malachi Lawrence. Cleveland at pick 24 picks a wide receiver, KC Concepcion from Texas A&M. That's a tough name. Why? Ugh.
Is he related to Dave Concepcion, one of my favorite shortstops, part of the Big Red Machine?
Yeah, they're the Cincinnati Reds. I just saw that guy run through his field a bunch. I still a little number 7 just went running all over, and you're like, they're going to throw to that guy again. And then they did, and you're like, well, maybe you should go ahead and I don't know, put an extra guy on him or move somebody up because if not, they're going to throw it to him again. And then they did, and they threw to him again. So I get some PTSD with that cat.
Well, if it makes you feel better, the Browns not on the Packers schedule in 2026, so you will not have to deal with that this year. As we await, the Chicago Bears are on the clock, less than 2 minutes for them to get their pick in, but it looks like they likely will make a pick. There's no trade there, so we await to see what the Chicago Bears do before we let Jason Wilde go. We will react a bit after we let Jason go with Mark Tasher, who will join us for the remainder of the first round. Pick 25 to the Chicago Bears. They have some needs for sure. Their defensive backfield's not great. They could use a bunch of defense. It's just really defense all over the place. Defensive backfield at safety. They could use defensive line, edge, or inside. And probably a wide receiver now as they're without DJ Moore and could use a couple more weapons for Caleb Williams. Jason, any thoughts on where the Bears could go as their pick is in and we await the commissioner?
Yeah, they've got Adunze, they've got Luther Burden, who they're really excited about. They got a bunch of tight ends, right? They love Colston Loveland. So he's got weapons. They did lose their center, Dahlman, retiring unexpectedly. They got Garrett Bradbury as a stopgap option. But look, their defense lived and died with takeaways, right? Mm-hmm. So they probably need more pass rush help. One of the reasons why they were able to be successful against the Packers in that second half of the playoff game was they dialed up a bunch of blitzes and the Packers' pedestrian offensive line couldn't handle them. I don't think you want to be blitzing and bringing pressure as much as they did in that game because more often than not it's going to get you cooked. But I thought they did a great job in that game. So I think that most of their needs are on the defensive side of the ball. Whether or not they pick based on need, great teams don't do that sort of thing. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, certainly.
Apparently, they also need a new stadium.
Well, and apparently in a new state, most likely. So we got that.
Are we pro or anti Kenosha Bears?
I would be Bears.
How about Sheboygan? That would make it even shorter drive for me.
Yeah, that's a little too close. Can't have
back the block.
Can't have them right that they can't have them 40 minutes from each other, but like an hour 40.
Appleton, they could play at Fox City Stadium.
It's an idea.
Moving a little north, but yeah.
Wouldn't that be? That's technically Grand Chute, I think. Where are they? Are they going to Gary? No, they're going to Hammond, Indiana.
Well, they're not committed to anywhere yet, but it is starting to look more and more like Hammond, Indiana. Now, I would also say I love political opportunists. Like some guy in like the Iowa legislature decided to just try and pass a bill to bring the Bears to Iowa, which I thought was cute. Like I just want to get my name in the headlines. So it worked for him. Of course, I didn't pay attention, so I have no idea what the guy's name was. But I do think that if you're a Packers fan, much like other things that have happened with the Bears over the years, it's kind of fun to see them kind of bungle now the stadium thing along with everything else they've bungled over the last 3 decades.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. The Des Moines Bears. Yeah, I don't know that I can go.
Yep.
That one's going to be in there as well. How about the Quad Cities?
I was just about to say the Quad Cities Bears.
I think that's where they were. I think that's where the guy suggested they would do it. Because isn't Moline, Illinois, one of the Quad Cities?
It is indeed. You are correct.
So you're right over the border. Yep. So good luck with that.
We are in a commercial break on the television broadcast, so still awaiting the commissioner for pick 25 in the Chicago Bears, the reigning NFC North champion. Of course, they ended the Packers season, but they have plenty of needs that they need to address after an interesting offseason for general manager Ryan Poles and what will be second-year head coach Ben Johnson. I would imagine they'll go defense because they need more help on that side of the ball. You mentioned, Jason, they like a lot of their offensive targets. Of course, you can always go offensive line after their center, Drew Dahlman, retires, but we will see what they do out in Pittsburgh. You ever have a pierogi, Jason?
I have. I'm really bad at Pennsylvania food because I'm a picky eater, so I don't like all the stuff. I think they put the fries into your sandwich too. Isn't that a thing in Pittsburgh as well? In addition to the pierogi, and then my first experience with the Bears selection is in. Did you want me to stop talking?
That might be wise. We're going to go out to the commissioner in Pennsylvania, Jason's favorite state, for the Chicago Bears pick at number 25.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
Well, there you go, Jason. You're the Oregon guy. The safety out of Oregon, Dylan Thieneman, was an All-American, All-Big Ten guy this past season. Has really good stats. As much as I really want to laugh again like I did a year ago, I think this is a pretty good pick for Chicago.
I would tend to agree. Now, I would also say that I don't understand why you keep leaning into the laughing at their pick, because you weren't really laughing at their pick. So I find that to be disingenuous and weirdly disingenuous, because it makes you look worse than you actually are. Like, you were laughing at Will because he had predicted the wrong tight end, right? Isn't that how that story goes?
That is how that went. However, I think the narrative has escaped my grasp. I don't think I can change the narrative after.
I don't think you tried very hard. I mean, it did go viral, and so you're part of this generation that really enjoys going viral. It appears like, obviously, the 3-cone drill, the degree that went to. Virally around the internet.
This is not the Dylan Thieneman analysis I was anticipating from you.
That's fair. First of all, he is a Big Ten guy, but not because he played at Oregon. I believe he played at Purdue first. Did he not?
He did. That is correct.
So, look, if he turns out to be like some of the other first-round safeties that other teams have drafted, then this is bad news for the Packers. This makes perfect sense for them. This is a smart pick for them. It fills a need. I can't say that, watching my share of Oregon games, he only played there 1 year. So as is the case with most college teams for me, I don't know who most of the people are when I turn the game on for the first couple weeks of the season. But I started to become much more familiar with his game as I watched him more. But he had 6 interceptions his freshman year at Purdue. He had 2 picks last year. So I'm sure Al Harris will get his hands on him and work to get him to intercept the ball more frequently.
There you go. Jason Wilde, good stuff as always, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me.
And
Take
maybe
care,
maybe we'll talk to you again if the Packers end up trading. And we have back-to-back trades to look at. Speaking of trades, the Texans trade with the Bills. They are on the clock right now at 26. And on the clock coming up after them is once again John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley. They have traded back in. They are at pick number 27. They trade with the 49ers. So it goes Texans, then Dolphins. Those are the next 2 picks on the clock for the first round of the NFL Draft. Packers Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champ Mark Tauscher joins me and John Anderson. Coming up on the other side, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on right after this.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. With Wilde and Tausch, you won't miss a play.
Yeah, coaching matters a lot, and we've fallen short. Those are the facts. Matt LaFleur's on the clock, man. And I know he got an extension, but I'll say this. If they revert and don't get better, you're evaluated on your results.
Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Everybody knows, championship or bust. That is what Green Bay is. And unfortunately, we've had 15 years of bust.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube channel, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
This is where neighbors look out for one another, where careers get moving, and families settle in, where local businesses become your favorite go-tos, where making life easier for those around you is just what you do. This is where it all clicks. This is where you belong. Citizens Bank. Bank where you belong. Find your branch at citizensbankwi.bank. Citizens Bank is member FDIC.
April is Global Volunteer Month. Wisconsin's volunteers are transforming our communities every day through their acts of service. Wondering how you can give back? Find the perfect volunteer opportunities at volunteerwisconsin.org or contact your local United Way or volunteer center. On volunteerwisconsin.org, you can filter opportunities by location, organization, cause, accessibility, and more to find your best fit. VolunteerWisconsin.org is hosted by United Way of Wisconsin and Serve Wisconsin. Paid for by United Way of Wisconsin.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with zero warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local family partner on this project. We're here for you. Visit sidingunlimited.com today, but definitely stop by Siding Unlimited's open house on Saturday, April 25th from 9 to 1 p.m.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
Let's talk about home turf. Your lawn is a reflection of your pride, hard work, and even competitive spirit. If you want a yard that makes the neighbors stop and stare, you need the right plan. That's where Weedman Lawn Care comes in. Weedman's lawn care program is kid and pet friendly, uses golf course quality fertilizer, and has an effective weed treatment to dominate any issue. Get a free quote of Weedman's winning formula for your yard at weedman.com and get 50% off your first treatment. That's weedman.com. Weedman for the win.
ESPN Wisconsin's Gabe Neitzel here for Events by Design. If you're planning an annual meeting, leadership summit, product launch, or trade show, you already know the pressure is on. Events by Design takes those high-stake moments and turns them into immersive experiences that energize your audience and elevate your brand. They handle everything: designing, planning, production, ensuring your event is executed seamlessly. No stress, no scrambling, just a memorable experience that delivers. Get started today. Just search online. Events by Design. They design, you party.
If you still think sports bar means sticky floors and basic wings, you're doing it wrong. It's ESPN Milwaukee's Alex Strouf, and I got to tell you about Veer North, right in the heart of Milwaukee's East Side. Veer North flipping the game day experience. Better cocktails, great pizza, and a menu that goes way beyond the usual. Catch every big play on their wall-to-wall screens in a space that feels like a night out. From the big game or your next client meeting, Veer North delivers every time. Veer North, where Milwaukee watches the game elevated.
Hey, this is Tanas Antetokounmpo. Download the new ESPN Wisconsin app.
Your state, your teams, your ESPN. The brand new ESPN Wisconsin app. Find the ESPN Wisconsin app in the Apple or Android app stores today.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. Alex Strouf, the professor, John Anderson, with you all night as we are winding down in the first round of the draft. Still no sighting of the Packers, John. Sorry to report it to you. But maybe that'll change. Still a couple picks to go. And joining us now is the Packers Hall of Famer, the Super Bowl champion, the former 7th-round draft pick of the Green Bay Packers from the University of Wisconsin, our buddy, Mark Tauscher of Wilde and Tausch, joining us now on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. What's up, Tauschi?
How are you, boy? How are you fellas doing? It feels like it's I haven't been paying a ton of attention, just like I think a lot of Packer fans, because we don't have a pick. feels like it's kind of been a little chalky, or has this been an exciting draft night for you two? Because it doesn't feel like it really is.
Pretty chalky.
Crazy.
Pretty chalky.
Okay.
The biggest surprise of the night, I think, has to be Ty Simpson to the Rams at pick 13.
Yes. Here's what I'll say, Stroufy. So doing the Badger games, I got a chance to see both. Simpson down at Alabama, and then obviously Mendoza in Indiana at their place. And everybody knew Mendoza was going to go first. And then Orlovsky comes on ESPN and is, talking pretty highly about Simpson. And then there's, a lot of slander at Orlovsky. But I'll say this, just off of my experience, which is doing the Badger games, Simpson was a much better quarterback that day. Now, that's one game, and it was at their place. Both games were at their place. And Wisconsin's defense, our offense struggled, to put it nicely, last year. But our defense was okay, and Simpson shredded us a lot more than Mendoza did. Like, Simpson looked the part down at Tuscaloosa. And I don't know, obviously McVay judges quarterbacks, and people are, Stafford's getting older. There's no doubt about it. But I was shocked that he went that high, that the Rams went that route. But they obviously, I think, much like with the Packers, they don't know when they're going to get an opportunity to find a talent at quarterback in that first round. They like him and feel like he is the heir apparent. So that, to me, is probably the big storyline of the night.
Yeah,
I think Reed's falling a little bit. I thought he'd be the second, third guy off, that he went to sixth. And then I'm just the opposite of you. I'm here convinced that Simpson can't play. And we will, I'm with you in that the brain trust there and with the Rams is like, okay, I think McVay, he probably, I give him the benefit of the doubt with his coaching of quarterback experience compared to mine. But I watched enough Simpson. I watched him against us, and I thought everybody looked good against Missouri. And so I just was not all season. The guy never blew me away. But it is, I just think it's the biggest, it's so hard to just predict that place. I mean, outside of Peyton Manning, who do you think is going to play? Yeah, that guy's a sure shot, So,
well, I'd say this for any of these guys that are developmental, and most of these quarterbacks, it's going to take a little time to figure out the NFL game. I would certainly rather be in his position than Mendoza's. And I know Cousins is in with Las Vegas, but you got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and Sean McVay and an offensive line, and and you're going to get some time. Because I don't think Stafford's going anywhere anytime soon, or if he is, at least this year he'll be there. So that plays into this process too when you're a quarterback. But nobody knows, right? You're drafting. The Raiders are hoping that he's the guy. We don't know, and at least in Simpson's case, I think he did get banged up. I know he finished the season obviously not in a good light with Alabama, and their team started dipping, but you get put in these positions, and for 90% of us, John, you have to get the right fit with the right coaches. There's 10% that are great enough they can go play anywhere and be Pro Bowl, whatnot. For so many of us, it's get in the right spot, get the right timing, and then be able to develop and grow and find your role in an NFL team. That's your third, fourth, fifth, sixth round picks. These first round picks don't get that luxury.
Yeah, I agree. You got to find the right spot. And to the point of it being unpredictable, if you go back to 2006, Vince Young goes to the Titans, Matt Leinart goes to the Cardinals, and Jay Cutler goes to the Broncos. And I remember asking Steve Young, which one of those three guys from your position, you're a quarterback, which one of those places would you want to be? And he'd be like, I want to be Jay Cutler. I want to be in Denver. I want to be there with the Shanahans. And this is going to be great. And it turns out Vince Young was not for long with Tennessee, and Matt Leinart was a disaster. And Jay Cutler had a long career, but I don't know that he was ever what people thought he could be, especially under the tutelage of the Shanahans, who shipped him off and he was in Chicago. And all three of those guys at the time, you thought, what? Those are really good picks. The Cardinals finally found a quarterback. And so it is the hardest position to kind of predict when it comes through, And we were talking earlier, Bulaga on here, about offensive linemen. And I'm like, I love high draft picks. That's great. Give me Trent Williams and maybe he plays for me. But I find that there are great offensive lines, and there's a second-round pick, 2 6th rounds, and 2 free agents, but they played together for 3 years, and they just road grade people. So even that's hard to kind of put your finger on some of that.
Yeah, no doubt. And to your point about Leinart and Vince Young, and there's a maturity that comes, and you don't. A lot of times, you're the big dogs in college, and obviously we all remember Vince Young and Leinart, the big championship game, and all. Just because you're great in college doesn't mean it's going to translate, and that's where having coaching and a team around you and some time to develop. Confidence is everything, and in professional sports, it's the most important thing, I believe. And for as much as you can allow it to grow, it can be shattered, especially for guys that have always been great. They haven't been put through the, you have to show a little resolve. Sometimes it just crushes them. And when you're getting a quarterback, you better know you have a guy. Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions his first year. It didn't faze him because he was able to have that resolve and he was able to come back. That he was the system. That is rare. That doesn't happen very often. And for both of these guys, and if there's another quarterback that goes either later tonight or early tomorrow, it's going to be that same thing. You better know what you got, and you better have a strong supporting system around whoever that is, or the odds of them being successful aren't going to be very high.
Just to play some catch-up on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, a lot of trades happening. Texans trade up to pick 26. They select Keelan Rutledge, the offensive guard from Georgia Tech. Don't believe there's any relation to Jim there. In Keelan Rutledge, our friend from Jim, Matt, and Molly on ESPN Madison. Pick 27, the Dolphins moved back up earlier in the first round. Pick 27, they go cornerback out of San Diego State, Chris Johnson. And pick 28, the Patriots move up from pick 31 in a trade with division rival Buffalo. They move up to pick 28 for offensive tackle out of Utah, Caleb Lomu. So now Buffalo drops down to pick 31. Kansas City is on the clock, and their pick is in at pick 29 after moving up earlier in the draft to pick number 6 to draft the first cornerback off the board. But Kansas City back on the clock, and their pick is in. So 4 picks left here in night 1 of the 2026 NFL draft. And I imagine we probably do not see the Green Bay Packers on the clock. So, Tauchi, I asked this question to everybody earlier. The number 1 position group you want to see addressed tomorrow with their 2 picks, rounds 2 and 3. What is the position group you most want to see impacted by a pick tomorrow?
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that it's corner. You heard Goody this week say we need to add more talent in that room. We need more bodies. You have Keyshawn Nixon in the last year of his deal. You have Valentine, and you have a 29-year-old St. Juste from the L.A. Chargers. You need, there's not a doubt, you better bring somebody in that can be a guy for you for a while. Somebody that can contribute this year, maybe not as a starter, but he better be knocking at the door of starting. And that is a spot that I think, and obviously Kansas City traded up earlier to get the guy they really wanted. You're seeing more and more at the end of this. That position, Green Bay needs to add some folks in there. And if you don't come out of there with a high-end talented player in these next, in Friday's picks, I think you're going to be regretting that if you don't bring somebody in that room.
So I agree with you on that, and obviously that's a position group that it seems like from prospect 3 through 10, they're all ranked pretty similarly. There's only been 2 off the board so far, at least tonight, with a couple of picks remaining. So quarterback, it seems like there should be plenty available unless a big run goes on corners tomorrow, as the Packers have picked number 20 in the second round. The other thing I'd bring up there, Tauchi, and you know obviously a whole heck of a lot better than me, but I brought this up earlier with Bulaga. Offensive line is a fascinating one to me because there's really no true competition. I feel like at corner, you feel pretty good about those top 2 guys in Nixon and Valentine. Would you like more of an impact player there? Of course, with both of those guys in the final year of their deal. But It's those 5 guys on the O-line with no competition right now, and that scares me a little bit as we get closer and closer to camp.
That would be the other spot that I think Green Bay needs to address, and especially on the inside. We don't know. There are question marks everywhere, but I think right now you have 5 guys that you feel like can play. Jordan Morgan has been unproven. He's a first-round pick. He's going to get every opportunity to lock down that left tackle spot. Banks, you've given a ton of money to over the last 12 months. He needs to play like he did at the end of last season, which was much better, but he needs to be consistent. So that is a spot. You need more depth. You need good young players that are going to be able to come in and push and compete because Belton I thought did some nice things last year, but he needs to be more consistent over at right guard if that is indeed the spot you want to keep him at. So if you could find someone that you feel great about, whether it's one of these Iowa offensive linemen or someone that you can plug and play right away, that to me is a no-brainer that you'd also want to find in that next, in the next either Friday or early on Saturday.
3 picks left in the NFL draft, round 1, that is. The Kansas City Chiefs go with Clemson defensive tackle Peter Woods at pick 29. The 3 picks remaining. San Francisco in at pick 30. All right, it looks like, actually, I take that back. No, New York's going to trade up at some point. I just got the alert on that one. They move up to pick 30, so it will be that one. Another interdivision trade. Pick 30, New York. Pick 31, Buffalo. Pick 32, Seattle. A lot of moving parts right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll look at these final 3 picks of the night and continue to look ahead for the Packers tomorrow. John Anderson, Mark Tauscher, Alex Strouf with the ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night on ESPN Wisconsin.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Hurt by a truck? Call Gruber's offices. One call, that's all.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy? Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings discount liquor.
According to American writer H.L. Mencken, a well-stocked bar can create over 17 billion different cocktails. Hi, this is Marie from Discount Liquor. I don't know if 17 billion is accurate or not, but I do know that Discount Liquor is the place to find everything you need to be well-stocked for any occasion. Discount Liquor is Wisconsin's home to over 2,000 varieties of beer, 3,500 types of liquor, and over 8,000 wines. Our unparalleled selection is rivaled only by our incredible savings and everyday low prices. And we know how to take care of our customers, no matter the occasion. In fact, Discount Liquor has won numerous national and local awards. Visit Discount Liquor at our Milwaukee or Waukesha locations. Family owned and operated since 1960.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings discount liquor.
In Milwaukee on 51st in Oklahoma, and in downtown Waukesha on Main and Barstow. Check out our specials at discountliquorinc.com.
An epic Brewers Pirates series is coming April 24th through the 26th. Kick it off with Star Wars Night on Friday the 24th. And check out a post-game laser show presented by ESPN Milwaukee. Then on Saturday the 25th, get a Brewers Windbreaker giveaway courtesy of Courts. Wrap up the series with Family Sunday fun and kids cheer free. Plus, the first 5,000 kids take home an Abner Uribe poster. Grab a seat at Brewers.com.
When you're getting married, the rings matter. There's something you wear for a lifetime. That's why my fiance and I went to Paul's Jewelers. Paul's Jewelers specializes in custom jewelry for life's biggest moments. Lab-grown or natural diamonds, great pricing, and a lifetime warranty, so your jewelry can be refurbished, repaired, or refitted anytime down the road. Their team made the entire process easy and stress-free. I can't wait to show off my wedding band after our big day. Create your masterpiece today by visiting Paul's Jewelers in West Allis.
Mark Tauscher here, and if you know me, you know I love Wisconsin. That's why I'm a UW Credit Union member. Their team's been all about Wisconsin since 1931, and they love making banking easy for members. Whether it's with their convenient mobile app or with the great perks like early payday to get you paid sooner. Stop by any of their local branches or visit uwcu.org to join and become a UW Credit Union member like I did. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Earth Justice is a national legal nonprofit fighting to save lives, protect our climate, and strengthen our economy through the shift to zero emissions. Visit us at earthjustice.org. Earth Justice, because the earth needs a good lawyer.
Your state, your teams, your ESPN. The ESPN Wisconsin app. Customizable just for you. Find the ESPN Wisconsin app in the Apple or Android app stores today.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues. How about this for drama? The Buffalo Bills have traded down now 3 times as the Titans back in the first round at pick 31. So it'll go Titans and Seahawks, at least as of now. That is 6 trades in a row, by the way, for those of you keeping track at home. Unreal in the to wrap up the NFL draft. And also more drama earlier in the draft. The Steelers, who had pick 21, were on the phone with USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon, planning to take him at 21. And then the Eagles traded up to pick 20, and he had to hang up just to find out he was being taken a pick earlier. Nothing like NFL draft drama, right, John?
It is a dicey business. That's why they got to have 14 people on the phone in the war room every time.
Tausch, I imagine that scenario did not happen to you back in 2000.
It did not, but I will say I did get some calls early back in the old days, and John knows this. So it was just Saturday, Sunday. I knew I was not going on Saturday, and Sunday morning the draft, I got a call at like 9 a.m. And I thought I was going to be a Detroit Lion. Their offensive line coach called me and said that with the 5th-round pick, I was going to get picked by Detroit, and then nothing happened. Detroit ended up drafting a safety, and that's when you start sweating bullets, like, when am I going to go? And then the 5th round finishes and the 6th round finishes. So everybody's got a story, right? Everybody's got, every team's got a different way, and you start figuring out, you're trying to grab information so that you can – make the best pick and utilize the best value that you can get. So obviously Pittsburgh had an idea. I'm sure every player wants to be drafted higher because they make more money. Mm-hmm. So it's just one big old goofy world that you're trying to live in. And the great part about it is after tonight and after the rest of this weekend, all of that, yeah, you get more guaranteed money, but everything comes down to what you do on the football field, and that's the beautiful part about the NFL.
Todd Franz, the name of that safety, for those of you wondering at home. Go ahead, John.
So you talked about finding a fit. So you get down there in that 7th round, you get late. Teams now, because of the structure of what's happening, usually if you get drafted, chances are you make the roster, right? That's a 90% shot because they're not going to give it away. But if I'm down there 7th and I get picked by somebody, and it's nice to say I was drafted in the NFL, at what point do you think it's like, you know what, don't draft me. I'd rather pick my spot as a free agent.
Yeah, so the money that is kind of slotted for these draft picks, now you want to be able to, just like in any job, I think you want to be able to control where you go, what your hours are going to, all of those things, it fits here too, because what you end up doing, and I did this because as the 7th round was going, I wasn't sure I was going to get picked. You start looking around like, where can I make the biggest mark? You're going to see what the money's going to look like, but the reality is that when you're an undrafted free agent, you're looking, which team can I make? Where are they already? If they have 7 or 8 offensive linemen, there's only going to be 2 or 3 spots. You never know all of that. So I think a lot of guys would rather have the opportunity to make their own decision to go where they want to live and then what that team looks like within that position. If they're winning, who the coaches are, the GM, all of those relationships then come into play. That's why there's so much conversation on it. So as a player, just like I think in anybody that is working anywhere, you want to have an idea of who you're going to be working for and not get just thrown into something that maybe isn't a good fit.
Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher out of Auburn, goes to Tennessee at pick 31. Now we await to see what John Schneider and the reigning Super Bowl champs do at pick 32. Schneider was vocal earlier in the week saying, I believe he only has 4 picks right now, and he would be open to moving back to acquire more picks. So we will see if a team, maybe Green Bay, tries to move up for the final pick of the first round. I don't think it'll be Green Bay. But there's certainly, with 6 trades in a row here.
You've been wishing it. You've been trying hard all night to sell it. Shame you aren't in somebody's room. You've been trying to sell it for 4 hours.
Are you sick of it? That would be my follow-up question.
It sounds like it might. It sounds like John might be.
I admire your dedication. That's all I'm putting in there. Just admire your dedication to the cause. Way to try to keep them involved, right? We got a blowout situation here, but you're still trying to keep us. You're trying to keep us watching.
I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. One more pick, but John Schneider. Even if it's not the Packers, John Schneider was vocal about the idea of trading out of the first round. So we will see what they do here with the final pick of the first round, and then we get ready for tomorrow, where we hope it seems like we've all been very agreeable tonight. Corner and O-line just seems like the big priorities, and then knock everything else out on day 3.
I'll say this, though, fellas, and I don't know if you guys agree with me on this. I think one of the sneaky things that we're going to be looking for, and I'm not saying it'll be at 52, but I would love to see Green Bay go get a home run hitting back. Top-end speed, and because how teams defended Green Bay last year, Josh Jacobs a good running back. He's physical. He'll get you the hard yards. He's not a home run hitter. That's the spot that I think could be a sneaky, boy, this could add another layer to this offense, because I think we're all excited about Jordan Love, about Tucker Kraft being back, about Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden, all of that I'd love to see a young home run hitting. I can take it 70, I can take it 80 yards on a carry and put that extra layer on a defense. I'd love to see that happen over the course of this weekend.
I'm right there with you. The Marshawn Lloyd experience, no disrespect to him,
but tough.
It's been tough. And obviously he's caught a ton of bad breaks from an injury perspective, right? Didn't he have an appendix burst 2 years ago? Just some freaky stuff. But he hasn't been able to get on the field. I think he's played 1 or 2 NFL games in the last 2 seasons. And they need that. They need a backup, especially after seeing Emmanuel Wilson walk and try to fill that void out in Seattle. I like Chris Brooks. I like Chris Brooks a lot, Tauschie. He ain't an RB2.
Well, he can fill a role, right? He's somebody that you can trust in pass protection.
You love him in pass pro, right?
But you definitely want. I just think it's nice to have Josh Jacobs has stayed relatively healthy. He was obviously dinged up last year, but just another body, a young guy that's got that next gear that defenses have to respect, because right now, and I just look back at that Carolina Panther game, and other teams kind of took that formula and said, well, we'll sit and cover 2. We'll give you, we'll let you run the football because we don't think you're going to consistently do it, and we don't think that you're going to have a home run attempt trying to do it. We don't think you're going to out-single us and bunt and play small ball. And for the most part, they were right.
One more pick to go. It's the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 32 before we get ready to preview real quickly tomorrow before we call it a night here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. It is going to be a second running back in the first round and a second Notre Dame running back in the first round. Yeah. Jeremiah Love's backup, Jadarian Price, goes at pick number 32 to close out the first round of the Seattle Seahawks. So there you go. First round is in the books.
How did Notre Dame not make the playoff? All these running backs, all these guys, they can't make the college football playoff? What the hell's going on there?
Try not to lose to the other 2 teams that made the playoff.
Yep.
But they'd like to point out they beat everybody else in one of the greatest runs ever. They beat all the other teams on the schedule. They just lost the two that really counted. Yep, and they're early in the season, so they shouldn't count. And even though one was on our own floor, it was our own turf, it was by 1 point. So, as always, as it's been for 100 years, people are always against Notre Dame football. They rarely have ever gotten a break in 10 decades.
They can't catch a break, John. Notre Dame has never been able to catch a break.
Yeah, that's what their fans will tell you.
How they survived this long is astonishing. That so many people are out and against Notre Dame football.
All right, I know it's bedtime almost for both of you, but we've got one segment to go. We'll make it quick. Just want to preview tomorrow after this break on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night as the first round is in the books. We've got 19 more picks to wait tomorrow. And then finally, the Green Bay Packers will be on the clock. We'll take a look at that coming up next as we wrap up ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The best source for every piece of NFL news you need to know.
I would just say that right now I think all options are on the table. I think that they went through that trade thing and they talked to teams, and it's not like those talks are shut down.
ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter is on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy every Wednesday morning at 7:30. Sponsored by Island Resort and Casino, Tony Wendorf and Associates, and Smart 18 Union on 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
$2.3 million. A recent Schwab survey of Americans says that it takes $2.3 million to be wealthy. Well, you may have had your financial plan set on a bigger or a more humble number. But if you're looking for added insights on how to get there or how to avoid some tax pitfalls on the way, Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen. Mark Tauscher here, and whether your situation is complex or simple, the Annex Wealth Management team can give you wealth expertise and guidance on reaching your goals. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Homer here for Milwaukee Weight Loss. Been on the journey since January, over 3 months, down 26 pounds today. If you're looking for a safe and easy program that will actually help you keep the weight off, this is it. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. And for a limited time, get $200 off with the spring special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Hi, it's John Reitz from Great Midwest Bank. When it comes to a home mortgage, we understand you want a simple, stress-free process, great service, and a loan you can feel good about. And for 90 years, that's exactly how we've been doing things at Great Midwest Bank. So if you're thinking about buying, building, renovating, or refinancing, get started at GreatMidwestBank.com to find a knowledgeable loan officer and get the peace of mind you deserve. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Don't let a busted garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geist today. For 70 years, Geist has been the trusted garage door authority in Wisconsin. With brands like CHI and LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to get your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to GeistDoors.com. That's GEIS doors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield, featuring hundreds of doors and openers and their custom design room.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Looking to transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank? At your local IKEA in Oak Creek, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience that enhances your everyday life. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation, IKEA's home furnishing combines form and function to fit any lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA Oak Creek today or explore their collection online at ikea.com/US.
Hey, it's Bryan Bulaga. Find the Homer Hour on the ESPN Wisconsin app today.
Your state, your teams, your ESPN. The brand new ESPN Wisconsin app. Find the ESPN Wisconsin app in the Apple or Android app stores today.
Wrapping up ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night here on ESPN Wisconsin, on YouTube, the ESPN Wisconsin app. Alex Strouf, Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher, ESPN's John Anderson with you for just a few more minutes as the first round officially in the books, and we get ready for pick 52, pick 84 tomorrow for the Green Bay Packers. Our coverage will once again begin with myself, Steve the Homer True, and Jason Wilde at 6 p.m. Seems like we're all on the same page. Cornerback tomorrow. Cornerback at pick 52. All right, I got some head nods.
Nope. What are you gonna do? Yeah, they need a corner, and as Mark pointed out, they need more than one. They just lack bodies, let alone talent. They like I don't think you can go through the year with three. So I don't know. There's gonna be, was it 1999? When was it they drafted it wasn't Ahmad Carroll? It was Fred Vinson, and it was Mike McKenzie. And then they drafted defensive back.
Antoine Edwards. Antoine Edwards is the other one.
Yeah, he was the first guy. He was the first of the three. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if they quite triple up like that, but I think that if one is good, two is probably better at that position.
Well, they did it just 2 years ago at the safety position by drafting three of them, in Evan Williams, Javon Bullard, and Quintana Oladapo. Maybe this week is the week for corners. Tausch?
Well, I would just say Randy Moss was the reason that happened. I think when you look at this, it's a little bit different. But, yeah, there is no doubt they're going to come out of this with at least two drafted corners and then probably some undrafted guys. That is a room. Goody is going to be evasive when he's talking to the press. He's not going to tell you everything. When he tells you something, he's going to do it. And that's something, obviously, that room needs some high-end talent, and they need bodies, and they need some competition to help get that spot, because safety is one of the positions I think everybody feels great about. When you start looking at Bullard and you look at Evan and you look at Xavier, you're feeling really good about that group. So find some young guys, and the great part is those corners. You talk about quarterbacks finding a room and finding a system. You can have a veteran group like that helping you learn the communication and watching film. That is going to help whoever Green Bay brings in to have a much better chance of having a successful long NFL career.
Only two corners go in the first round tonight, so plenty available as the Packers have to wait 19 picks tomorrow before pick 52 and their first crack at it in the 2026 NFL Draft. Been a fun one tonight on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. We'll do it again tomorrow. John Anderson, as negative and sad and maybe even depressed, angry as you still are about the Packers-Bears loss.
Did you not feed him? Shofi, did you not feed him? I saw he wanted some food.
Yeah.
Did he get fed?
I offered to send him pretzels, but I don't know if they'll receive those.
I think you've mischaracterized my position, that just because I am not over what happened in the Bear game and that I'm not exactly thrilled at this head coach, I don't know what makes you think I'm negative at all about what's going on with the Bears.
Yeah. I don't trust the head coach. Certainly not negative.
No, I have two things out of tonight that I have learned that I am not that I am a little down on. The one, I didn't realize that you got engaged till I heard the jeweler read. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
And then two, I'm still waiting. Has anybody pointed out the Jay Glazer bombshell move? Where did I miss that in the first round?
Great point by you.
Yeah, the quarterback. Was coming. It's the quarterback. He's tight with McVay. I think the quarterback getting drafted was the bombshell. That's my guess.
Okay.
The quarterback who John Anderson said if you draft him in the third, it would be a reach.
Yep. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will.
We'll be wrong.
John, you were the best, man. Good hanging out with you. I hope we don't have to wait until the football season to do this again. Thanks for doing it.
Good friends.
Taushi, we appreciate you stopping by. What'd you have going on tonight? Did you have youth sports as well, like everybody else?
Yeah, we had a baseball game, and then for a little 50th birthday party with I saw Tommy Oates. I got to hang out.
Oh, nice.
John, I know you know Tom Oates. Got to hang out with Oatesy for a little bit. It was a mutual friend of ours that she did not like turning 50 years old, John. I can tell you that. She's not a big fan. I said, well, it beats the alternative.
As somebody who's tacked a decade on that, it's all right. You get through it.
Taushi, before we depart, did you hear by chance the final score? Bulaga had to leave us at 8:00 because he had to go coach a makeup flag football game. Did you hear the final score of Coach Bulaga's game tonight?
I did not. What was it?
61-6.
I'm assuming he was on the right side of that.
That's a good assumption.
You got to pull off the dog. I don't know how old these kids are. You got to pull
6th
off
through 8th grade.
The dogs, man. You don't need to be beating people 61-6 in a 7-year-old football game. But man, I could be wrong.
Middle schoolers, we're going to take their heart.
Yeah, rip the soul out. They might as well learn early.
Yeah. I thought 8th grade girls were mean. I didn't realize I was going to get it from a flag football team.
Coach Bulaga, he's a dog. He's a dog. All right, that will do it for us tonight. A big thanks to CCAT for running the show for us tonight and everybody who joined throughout. Bryan Bulaga, John Anderson, Jason Wilde, Mark Tauscher. I'm Alex Strouf saying so long. We will talk to you on night 2 of ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night with me, myself, Steve the Homer True, and Jason Wilde beginning at 6 o'clock, right where you are listening and or watching us tonight. Go Pack, go. We'll try it again tomorrow on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Bruss talking about our great friends at Road America.